Orders of the day, order du jour.
Orders of the day, order du jour, government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion concerning closure and time allocation, standing in the name of Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin, seconded by Madame La Tendresse, moves that, in the opinion of the House, the thorough examination and debate of proposed legislation on behalf of Canadians is an essential duty of members of Parliament, and that the curtailment of such debate limits the ability of members to carry out this duty and constitutes an affront to Canadian democracy, and therefore, that the Speaker undertake a study and make recommendations to amend the standing orders with respect to closure and time allocation such that, 1. A minister would be required to provide justification for the request of such a curtailment of debate, 2. The Speaker would be required to refuse such a request in the interest of protecting the duty of members to examine legislation thoroughly, unless the government's justification sufficiently outweighs the said duty. 3. Criteria would be set out for assessing the government's justification, which would provide the Speaker with the basis for a decision to allow for the curtailment of debate. Que le Président fasse rapport à...
And the Speaker report to the House no later than February 6, 2012, that a motion to concur in the said report may be moved during routine proceedings, and that only when no member rises to debate the motion, the Speaker shall interrupt any proceedings then before the House and put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment every question necessary to dispose of the motion, and
report has been previously moved and disposed of on the 20th sitting day following the presentation of the report. Standing Orders 57 and 78 shall be deemed to have been deleted. Debate. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a motion that is brought before this House at this time because of a gross overuse of the, on behalf of the government, by the government, of their ability to shut down debate in this House, whether they do that by way of a formal closure motion that shuts down the debate immediately, or they do it by way of time allocation motions that provide extremely limited time for debate on crucial issues facing both this House and the country more generally. And, Mr. Speaker, I think it's quite important that we recognize the effect of this motion, not that you need to have a greater workload, but in fact that is the thrust of this motion. What it will do is take away from the government of the day the unilateral ability to shut down debate in this House and allow the Speaker, as an independent officer of Parliament, to make decisions as to when it is appropriate to curtail debate and when, in fact, it's an abuse of the process and that request for curtailment of debate would in fact be rejected by the Speaker of the day. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I've done some analysis of other jurisdictions that have similar parliaments to us, United Kingdom, New Zealand, and Australia. And in all three of those, going back some 20 or 30 years, all of them moved at that time to provide greater power to the Speaker, greater authority to the Speaker, to be able to regulate when debate should be curtailed, limited, or ended. However, in each one of those parliaments, Mr. Speaker, what is quite clear is that it is the Speaker who ultimately makes the decision in that regard. The authority is different in each legislature, but the general wording that you see in it and the conduct of the speakers in those legislatures has always been, is this an abuse? Is the request for curtailment of debate or ending debate, is it an abuse? Oftentimes they use the term of a minority segment of that parliament. So it may be the official opposition, maybe a large official opposition, it may be a small third, fourth, or fifth party. But the Speaker has the authority in each one of those legislatures to make the determination as to whether the request by the government to end or limit debate is an abuse of the rights of the members of Parliament. And, Mr. Speaker, when you see what is happening, I think it's important that I go at this point to the context that this motion is being brought. Here's what we've had just in the last several months, less than 2 months actually, in total of sitting days. We've had time allocation applied to the budget bill, to C-13. Now, that bill was 640 pages long. We were given extremely limited and time to debate it. Mr. Speaker, it's the only time that we've been able to determine in the history of this country that there was that amount of limited time given to a budget bill. And I know I've heard from the leader of the House Leader of the government, well, we had some debate on this in the previous Parliament. Well, Mr. Speaker, we've got 100 new members of Parliament who were not here and had no opportunity to debate in the last Parliament.
Right. Well here.
But it's fundamental to our process, Mr. Speaker, that a budget bill be given full, extensive debate. And you can go back into any number of the authorities where they repeat that over and over again. And not just in this legislature, but in every legislature that works off the Westminster model. Going on, Mr. Speaker, we had C-18. Here we have an institution that's well over 70 years of age. It's iconic to this country. And we were slapped again on 2 occasions with regards to C-18 on the wheat board. We were slapped on 2 occasions, both at second reading and report stage, with time allocation. Mr. Speaker, that institution was entitled, and the farmers in Western Canada were entitled to a much greater ability on our part of the opposition to that bill to be given time in this House and in committee to be able to deal with that issue. It was extremely limited time given the significance of what was going to happen if that bill passed. And especially when you see the opposition, in that case we clearly had a majority of the farmers in Western Canada who use the wheat board to dispose of their wheat, to sell their wheat, opposed to the bill. And yet again, we were slapped with a time allocation on 2 occasions. We then had C-10, the Omnibus Crime Bill. 9 bills, former bills, brought together. And again, I hear from the House Leader, well, you've had time to debate this. 100 new members, more than 100 new members, in fact, did not have time to debate this because they weren't here in the last Parliament. Extremely complex bill. And when you look at their accusations of delay on the part of the opposition, on more than one occasion, we have, the NDP, have offered them that part of the bill that deals with crimes against youth, against children, sexual predators type crimes, to run that through at all stages. Take it out of the bill, run it through at all stages. It had already passed the House once before. We were quite comfortable in having that done, and on the occasions, more than once, that we offered that to the government, they refused it. And then slap time allocation on it, on the balance of the bill. The next one, the gun control bill, C-19. Same thing, extremely limited time, an issue that is very topical, very much controversial, and we're not being allowed to debate it. And as the debate has gone on in such limited time, even within that limited time, more and more evidence coming out around reasons to not do away with the long gun registry. No opportunity, in effect, to debate that in this House to any significant degree. And then finally, the C-20, the seats bill. We're talking here of making significant changes to the composition of this Parliament. And again, we're being limited to a significant degree in our ability to deal with it. And I can say, Mr. Speaker, because I'm sitting on the committee that's looking at it, the same thing is happening in committee. It's not just here in the House. There's extreme limitations being placed at committee, both with regards to the amount of witnesses we're allowed to call. On C-20, it just boggles my mind trying to understand what is going on. And I think I'm reasonably intelligent in terms of being able to understand it. It's a very complex process that is being engendered now, and it's new. It's not what was here in the last Parliament at all. It's a new incarnation of the process. It's a very significant change, and we're given nowhere near the amount of time that we're going to need. That bill, if we continue with the practice as it is right now, will be back before this House out of committee either by the end of next week or early the week following. And we've had limited time to debate it here in the House, limited time in committee. And the same can be said about all of the bills I just mentioned to you, the other 4 bills. Limited time in committee. So, Mr. Speaker, that's the context that we've got. We have precedent, if you want to put it that way, in other legislatures. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I didn't start by saying I am sharing my time with the member from Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, and perhaps you could tell me how much time I have down to my last minute. Mr. Speaker, we have this other precedent. As I said earlier, It's going to mean more work for you as the Speaker of this Parliament and subsequent Speakers. But we have to find a much more proper balance in terms of our ability as non-government members, opposition members, to do our job. Our responsibility here is to determine whether legislation coming from the government is appropriate. We're not being able to do that, Mr. Speaker, with any reasonable amount of the time that we're being given at this point. We have to take that ability of unilaterally by the government to limit time and place it in the hands of an independent member. And in this case, Mr. Speaker, that is you and your successors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments?
Questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the member a very simple question. How many bills have been debated this fall and received royal assent? He's kind of looking upwards, and I will give him the answer: none. And so we were elected to get some things done. The opposition has been doing its level best to prevent the government from passing legislation this entire fall session. We are almost to the end of this session. I think it's unconscionable that this Parliament has not been able to do the work. The bills that are before us have been debated ad nauseum, and people that are watching Parliament are wondering what's going on. Well, I'll tell them we have not debated one bill that has received royal assent this fall. What does the member got to say about that?
Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Well, actually, if we take this session, the bills that have moved through this House rapidly have been as a result of the initiative that came from this side of the House. The mega trial bills. It was myself, as the justice critic for my party, that's put before this House that, in fact, we should run that through. That's an and that one, by the way, the member's not correct. That bill has, in fact, had royal assent. It's in place at this point. But it was a result of the initiative from this side of the House. Well, he's playing, Mr. Speaker. It's not this fall. It is in this session of Parliament. Well, let's go with another one. Just last week, or earlier this week, we agreed to a bill C-16, which deals with the judiciary within the military, for it to go through at all stages. And again, that was in part an initiative that came from us at the request of the government initially. So there, in fact, has been progress made. But to finish, Mr. Speaker, the question really is how rapidly do we run important bills through this House? And it is way too fast.
And comments, the honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you also to the member from Windsor-Tecumseh for his, as usual, insightful remarks. I certainly share the member's concern with respect to the rate at which bills are being jammed through the House and how debate is being limited, especially at committee. The member would be well aware that the omnibus crime bill before the Justice Committee initially was subject to a 5 minutes per clause examination until there was basically until the opposition parties kicked back and negotiated a lengthier time period for that. I wish to draw to the member's attention something that was said in debate June 10th, 2002. This was after 10 days of debate on C2, the Species at Risk Act. The former member from Skeena said, "Mr. Speaker, the government should be ashamed of itself. How dare it rule the country with such an iron fist? The Species at Risk Act is a major piece of legislation. This is the third attempt at it. They still don't have it right. The government just invoked time allocation, which would seriously restrict debate. It does not care to listen to the concerns of Canadians."
Order. I'm going to have to I'll stop the member there to give the member for Windsor-Tecumseh enough time to respond.
Well, it's a good question, Mr. Speaker, with regards to that particular bill, because it was its third incarnation. I happen to be on the Environment Committee, so I was involved in that. And I remember Jay Hill, who's the member he's referring to, the former House leader for the government, taking that position. In spite of the fact we had had 10 days of debate on it at third reading at that stage. And, Mr. Speaker, we had also had lengthy debates in the prior parliaments. And yet they were up, I think it was the Reform Party at that point, predecessor to the Conservative government, up and doing that. But, Mr. Speaker, it's quite clear that when they're in government, they're talking an entirely different line than when they sat on this side of the House. Let me say to you, Mr. Speaker, that after the next election, when we're in government, we will be quite prepared to live under the terms of this motion.
There's enough time for a brief question or comment. Not able to deputy.
The honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst.
That I do have, Mr. Speaker, is when you look at democratic country like ours, and we build a parliament, and the parliament is to debate bill, and stopping not only parliamentarians to debate the bill, but through our rules, we're able at committees to bring Canadians in to help us get the voice of Canadians under this government. When we look at 9 bills and they have time allocation and stopping Canadians and members of parliament to be able to raise those questions and bring those concerns on a bill, is it not taking away the democracy of not only the parliamentarian, but to all Canadians? And I think it's a serious matter when every bill in this House now, you have time allocation. It's my way or the highway. That's what the Conservative is doing right now. It's my way on the highway, and that's go against the democracy of our country.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh has less than 30 seconds left.
Well, I never can bring the same passion that my colleague from Acadie-Bathurst does to these issues, so I totally agree with his description of the underpinning that the rules have for us in order to have democratic debate and the attack on those basic fundamental rights to have debate that is going on in this Parliament. It's much worse, Mr. Speaker. This is the worst that we've ever seen. You know, they were critical of the Liberals when they did this in 2002, but they're actually way ahead of them. They're worse than when the Liberals were.
Please do débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to rise in this House today to speak to this motion because it is a motion that I consider truly nonpartisan. Mr. Speaker, it puts the decision into your hands and the criteria to use the rules regarding time allocation. In general, in the Westminster system currently in the UK, the Speaker can refuse to put a motion to a vote if he says that the motion is an abuse of the House orders or a breach of minority rights. So I think that this is simply a way of putting in place a system so that this procedure is not abused. It's simply logical. And there are certain things that we can understand that the government might do. For example, there are some things that do require a more limited time, and we can understand that, but it should not be used systematically, always in poor faith, and that it should be used for partisan reasons. And therefore, by giving this over to you, Mr. Speaker, we think that this might be useful for all parties, whether governing or opposition, because the government will eventually be on the opposition side, and we think that this motion thus would be good for everyone. I would like to draw the House's attention, as my colleague already did, to the extent to which our colleagues on the government side agree with this motion. First, our Prime Minister answered several times, debated several times on this question in the House. In 2002, for example, when he said we have closure today exactly because there is no deadline or plan. Instead of having deadlines, plans and objectives, the government is insisting on going forward because it is more and more embarrassed by the state of debate and it needs to move on to something else. So what we see is that when the government realizes that attacks are coming from everywhere, from all sides, that there are many people who have concerns, who do not agree with what is being done, and that they have less and less support, well, they say, oh, let's shut it down. No more debate. We don't want to hear you anymore. All that counts is that we put this in place, that we pass this legislation, regardless of what you might say, and that's unacceptable. And even they agree with us because they were just as horrified by this kind of practice, this kind of mean-spirited partisan practice that makes this House less democratic and that undermines the voice of people who voted for the opposition. It's simply illogical. I could continue by speaking of the Minister of Heritage, who in 2002 said, Mr. Speaker, here we go. This is a question of public interest, a very complex question, and the government is being arrogant by once again calling for closure. The arrogance of the Liberal Party at the time it's just like the Grand Canyon. It's a natural phenomenon that is so gigantic that it's unbelievable. So what I want to explain is that we're not doing this because it's only for us. It's not only because we want to say things. It is simply a matter of logic. This is the parliamentary system, and is the very least that people should be able to expect when they voted for us or for other opposition parties, that they should be able to express themselves, they should be able to consult their constituents and see what they have to say. And we are here to represent those people, so it is only normal and logical that we should be able to debate these issues. I would like to come back to the speech that our Prime Minister made on May 2nd in the evening when he was elected to a majority government. He said, and I quote,
"We are intensely aware that we are and we must be the government of all Canadians, including those who did not vote for us. Alors quand on vient nous dire..."
So, when we are told that there should be time allocation motions simply because people voted for us, when we're a majority government, we have a strong mandate, we have a mandate that was given to us by Canadians, well, that's fine. Sure, you're a majority government. We can understand that. But you said you would govern for all Canadians, including those who did not vote for you. The people who did not vote for you voted for us. We were all elected democratically. We all had a strong mandate to represent our constituents, so it is the very least that we can expect to allow people to debate and express their opinions. And I'm telling you, it is simply a matter of pure logic. So when we have these time allocation motions that are decided upon by the government, Mr. Speaker, you will have to decide, is it justified? Is this simply an abusive partisan measure? Does it run counter to the interests of the minority? And you will be able to decide and rule on what you think is the right thing. We think that this is a measure that could be useful for everyone. This motion could serve everyone, especially the government, when it is in the opposition, because it will eventually be back in the opposition. So these motions do not allow us to debate on many important subjects. The former Speaker Fraser in 1987 already stated that it was essential for our democratic regime that controversial topics should be the topic of debate, reasonable debate, and that all reasonable opportunities should be taken to hear arguments for and against the subjects at hand, and that reasonable delaying tactics should be used, should be allowed to be used for the opposition to convince the public to support their viewpoint. So all we need here, Mr. Speaker, is a measure that would allow you to settle all of this, to say, yes, we understand that sometimes it is important to limit debate because there can be certain constraints, there may be an agreement between the parties, but the important thing is that it not be done in a partisan fashion. When we look at the bills that have been pushed through because of closure, because of time allocation since June, throughout this parliamentary session, we're talking about about C10, the Omnibus Crime Bill. There are hundreds of pages of legislation in this bill, and all of a sudden, people say, no, that's it. We're not going to study it. There are so few people who support this bill, it's unbelievable. So the government, it doesn't want it to be criticized anymore. They see that no one supports it, so they just want to push it through and shut down debate. There are many points in that bill that we could agree with, and we think it could be important legislation. But when that is drowned in tons of other legislation, pages of other legislation that we don't have time to study and that is being criticized, well, obviously we're not happy. Obviously we'll say, come on, once again, you're shutting down debate. Once again, you're trying to prevent the opposition. people who are against this bill, people who have reservations, concerns, from expressing themselves. And I don't understand how the government has a certain message when it is on one side of the House, my side, and then all of a sudden they're voted into power, and that's it. Now they don't want to hear anything further. You criticized us because you didn't want to hear what we had to say at the time, but now we're blocking our ears and we don't want to hear anything that the opposition has to say. The government doesn't want to debate because they know this bill has no support, so they don't want to listen to anyone at all. And they say no, we're in a majority government, and so debate is over, that's it. I find this unhealthy, the way that the government is playing with the democratic process. The government is playing with Parliament. All of us here were elected, Mr. Speaker, so it is very important. This is something that is vital.
J'ai encore une très belle citation ici.
I have another very fine quote here from our Prime Minister, who said that after having limited debate in the House as of the first day, after having limited the hearings of the committees to 2 days, and after having a pre-notice of only 24 hours, the government is now saying that it is making a major amendment to its bill. Will the government say that it should seriously consult Parliament and the parties affected and the specialists and the public, and that the best thing to do would be to withdraw the bill? Will the government admit this? Now, once again, we're talking about our Prime Minister, the person who is now running our country. He is the leader of the government. But at the time, he had exactly the same arguments as we do today, and I am convinced that we can have a majority support from this House for this motion because its purpose is simply to improve democracy, improve the way things function in this House, and allow everyone to be heard. And you can rest assured that if ever we should become the government, as my colleague for Windsor-Tecumseh said, we're going to respect the democratic process and we're going to listen to all Canadians, not just those who voted for us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The member for Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I appreciate the fact that debating policy in this place is very important, but I believe that equally as important is the debate that happens during a general election. Our party was quite clear in the policies we wanted to forward for Canadians. And Canadians were quite clear that they supported those policies that our party is now forwarding in this House. For instance, the issues around freedom for farmers in the wheat board. Just think about the number of seats that affects. There's about 50 seats, one in British Columbia. And of those seats, we won 90% of them. So my assumption of that is 90% of those people that are out there are supportive of our policy on the wheat board. So I would ask the member, does she not value the debate that took place in the public and the policies that we presented? If you want to respect democracy, respect what the citizens of Canada said on May 3rd.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question because I find it very interesting, the kind of twists that party can put on statistics sometimes. So if he is saying that, well, there was major support for them to be able to pass their law on abolishing the wheat board, well, we know that there was actually a plebiscite, a referendum among farmers, and we know that the results were catastrophic for what the Conservatives wanted to do. So if they really want to respect the decision that was made on May 2nd, well, what we are saying, all we're saying is that that party did not have the support of even 40% of the population. 39% or 38%, I think. So 61% of the people said to the Conservatives, their program, their platform does not interest us. So I'm not saying that everyone agrees with what we're saying. That's not what I'm saying. We want to bring forward a different vision, and so do the other opposition parties. But we're talking about a majority of Canadians who said no to the Conservatives' platform. So if they want to respect democracy...
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I have a question for my respected colleague. I think she's better than I am at statistics. I can understand that a Conservative member who was in the former Parliament may still have the same vision on certain things and may still have the same viewpoint. But it would seem to me that there are 100 new elected members in this House, and that's practically a record. And I think that that sends a clear message on the part of the Canadian public. They have elected 100 new members, especially on this side of the House. And so therefore, it would seem to me that they're saying there's something that has changed. Canadians want a new vision in this Parliament. And I find it very contradictory that at the very time when they are trying to increase the number of seats in this House to reflect the opinions of Canadians, and yet there are gag orders all the time. The Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from Trois-Rivières for his question. That is the vital essence of this debate. In fact, if we really want to have a vibrant democracy, then we have to look at the results of what the voters said and listen. So that means, yes, you have a majority government, so you can govern for all Canadians. You don't have to go into elections every 2 minutes. So now, can we please have a healthy, reasonable debate that includes everyone? Because everyone here was elected. Everyone received a democratic mandate, a strong democratic mandate from their constituents. So that needs to be respected. We can have healthy, constructive debate. It's possible. And if the government proposes interesting things to us, and we can consult our voters and debate on that, well then, that's great. We have nothing against that. Come on, we're here to work for all Canadians. Just like those on the other side. So in order to improve democracy, they're talking about increasing the number of seats in the House, but at the same time, they're saying, if you don't agree with us, well, we're just going to shut down debate. That doesn't make any sense. It's embarrassing, in fact. The media and the newspapers, the Conservatives look and they say, well, everyone's against us, so let's shut down debate. It is an extremely twisted way of saying things. So you, Mr. Speaker, are nonpartisan, and that is why...
Please do débat. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to today's motion from the member from Windsor-Tecumseh, and I want to acknowledge the two previous speakers and their good work in the House and the privilege of working with them on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. Mr. Speaker, I'm splitting my time with the Honourable Member from McLeod. Mr. Speaker, on May the 2nd, Canadians gave the Conservatives a strong, stable, national Conservative majority government. Canadians expect us to fulfill our commitments to them, and that is exactly what we're doing. We're moving forward on our election commitments. To implement the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan, Mr. Speaker, there are EI measures within this bill that encourage job creation. There's accelerated capital cost allowances for small businesses to invest in efficient equipment. Measures to protect law-abiding Canadians by introducing and passing important measures that have been stalled by the opposition. These are important measures for the safety of our communities, for the safety of our children and of our grandchildren. Also to provide marketing freedom for Western Canadian grain farmers, something Ontario farmers have had for decades, Mr. Speaker, but has not been privileged to the same privilege granted to our Western colleagues. To eliminate once and for all the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry, and to provide fair representation to all provinces in the House of Commons and move every single province closer to representation by population. As my colleagues across the way will know, we have MPs serving 40,000 constituents or less, while others are serving 4 times that many. This imbalance needs to be addressed, Mr. Speaker. We have introduced legislation in this House on all of these important measures, but despite the talking points being used across the aisle, not one of these measures is law yet. We have seen delay tactic after delay tactic. Each of these bills has been extensively debated in the House of Commons and at committee hearings. Mr. Speaker, as an example, let's look at Bill C-13, Keeping Canada's Economy and Jobs Growing Act. This bill implements the 2011 budget. We on this side of the House think that the 2011 budget should be passed into law in 2011. Makes sense. Looking at the calendar, Mr. Speaker, there isn't a lot of time left before we get to the new year. 2012 is only days away, and we still have not implemented Budget 2011 because of opposition delay tactics. This bill includes important measures from this year's budget, including a job creation tax for small business. Mr. Speaker, all of us in this House agree that small business is the economic engine of Canada. The family caregiver tax credit. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows firsthand how important it is to make it easier for families to care for gravely ill relatives. The Children's Arts Tax Credit. The Volunteer Firefighters Tax Credit. Mr. Speaker, in rural and remote parts of Canada, it is important that we have recruitment and retention tools for our volunteer firefighters. Tax relief for the manufacturing sector. As I mentioned, the accelerated capital cost allowance. Making the tax gas refund permanent. Mr. Speaker, municipalities are constantly asking for predictable funding to fund their infrastructure needs. All of these measures will promote job creation and economic growth. They will help add to the nearly 600,000 jobs already created in Canada since the global economic recession. These measures were supported by Canadians from sea to sea. They were exactly what Canadians voted for when they re-elected the Conservative government on May the 2nd, with a majority mandate. But we know the opposition has voted against these job-creating measures. For some reason, they oppose these positive and important job-creating initiatives. I know today's motion is about debate in this place, so allow me to outline just how much debate has already been given to the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan. The budget was introduced on March the 22nd by the Minister of Finance. Debate on the budget started before the opposition forced an unnecessary election. But following the 37-day election campaign, which was focused on the Canadian economy, we moved quickly to reintroduce the budget on June the 6th. That was followed by 4 days of debate on the budget in June before we rose for the usual summer break in our constituencies. When we came back in the autumn, we introduced the Keeping Canada's Economy and Jobs Growing Act to implement the budget. That bill was debated for 4 days at second reading before being referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. That committee found time amidst its 2012 pre-budget consultations to study the bill. After it was reported back to the House, it was debated for 3 further days at third reading and report stage. All told, Mr. Speaker, the job-creating measures of the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan as set out in Bill C-13 have been deliberated in this House for 12 days, and that doesn't include the 2 afternoons used for this spring's 2 budget speeches. Just to repeat, we've had 12 days of debate on these important and urgent economic measures in this House. Mr. Speaker, it's time for action. It's time. I want to turn briefly to a second major bill in this fall setting, Bill C-10, the Safe Streets and Communities Act. During this spring's election, our Conservative government promised Canadians that we would pass comprehensive law and order legislation within the first 100 sitting days after the election. Looking at today's order paper, I see that this is the 54th sitting. The bill was only just yesterday reported from the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. This bill includes important measures, including proposals which crack down on pedophiles who prey on children and violent gangs who sell drugs to our children. These are all very important items that need to become law. Despite some 27 hours or so of committee proceedings dedicated to clause-by-clause and related business, we already have some 34 amendments to the bill tabled for report stage, which we will have to debate and vote on. I have no doubt whatsoever that we will see that number grow before the bill is debated Tuesday morning. After report stage and third reading, Mr. Speaker, the bill will then go up to the other place where the entire legislative process needs to be repeated. So, Mr. Speaker, it's fair to say that we're just about 1/3 of the way through the passing of this bill into law. 1/3 might sound like a breeze to some, but passing the 9 predecessor bills to C-10 has been anything but a breeze over the last several years, and in some cases over 3 parliaments. There have already been 95 hours of debate in this chamber alone on these proposals. In both houses, there have been 261 speeches. That sounds to me, Mr. Speaker, to be pretty thorough debate already. If I had a lot more time, Mr. Speaker, I would go on about some of the other key priority bills of the government this fall, such as Bill C-20, the Fair Representation Act, and Bill C-18, the Marketing Freedom for Grain Farmers Act, just to name two, which each have their own important and urgent requirements to become law this fall in order to meet timing demands driven by facts of life outside of this House of Commons. Farmers need certainty before they plant their spring crops. Boundary commissions need to know what numbers they're working with, and they need to know that by February, Mr. Speaker. Before I conclude, I cannot help but comment on the proposals set out in this motion put forward today by the member from Windsor-Tecumseh. I have to be honest, Mr. Speaker, I'm quite confused by the mixed messages it sends. The NDP House Leader has put forward a motion that would only give you, as our Speaker, 19 sitting days to study his proposals. The debate he contemplates following your report would appear to last but one single solitary day. If you look at the wording of his motion, the member is basically putting closure on his own motion.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, on top of that, it's totally and completely ironic that you are required by the standing orders to put the NDP's motion to a vote after only 2 hours of debate in this House.
Amazing.
This has got to be the shortest debate on any item in the House since we came back in September, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in closing, Conservative members will be voting against this motion, which tries to sidestep the fact of the matter that the opposition parties are trying this fall to stop good things for Canadians, things which Canadians voted for just 6 months ago. The NDP wants to stop that great progress, to stop these things from becoming law, despite thorough and extensive debate and study. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Well, I have to say to my colleague from Kitchener-Conestoga that he obviously is confused. In fact, there are 20 days of debate that would be allowed, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure you understood the motion, which he obviously didn't. So there is plenty of time. There's also plenty of time, Mr. Speaker, when he says 19 sitting days, his math may be right on that, but the reality is that given the break period that we have over the end of the year into February, when we would expect to report back, there's more like 60 to 65, maybe 70 days in there. Now, I realize some of those you will be taking as vacation time, Mr. Speaker, as will the rest of us, but there's plenty of time. And if you need any assistance, Mr. Speaker, in that regard, in terms of preparing the report, I can assure you that my caucus colleagues and I will be available to do that. But then to the member, so perhaps if he can acknowledge that. I want to make one point about the question with regards to the 100-day promise that was made by the Prime Minister during the election. If he felt so compelled to keep that, why wasn't he feeling the same way about keeping, through the Finance Minister, the promise they made of when they would retire the deficit in the budget, which, of course, they just broke that promise about 2 weeks ago. So if that one wasn't important enough, why was this one?
The honourable member from Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. It's easy to read the frustration that is building on the other side, Mr. Speaker. And we saw last week, Mr. Speaker, a very, very unfortunate event in this Parliament where a member of Parliament used parliamentary resources to tweet some very unacceptable language. Yesterday in this House, we saw a protester in the gallery actually applauded, cheered on by some of the opposition members. I will give credit that not all of them did that. Mr. Speaker, these are very unfortunate. I understand the frustration, but even among NDP supporters, there is a growing realization that we are simply wasting time debating and debating and debating, and it is time for action. Mr. Speaker, friend of the NDP, Ian Capstick, said, well, I think it's unfortunate that the result of the polarization that the opposition is not really ready to let the government pass any of its bills. The government comes back with a majority, but the opposition is determined to dig in and use every procedural trick that they can hold things up. At some point, the government has to use its majority to assume control. I think that we, probably everything will be time allocation or virtually everything from now on. I don't see an alternative.
I'll have to stop the member for Kitchener there to allow another question. The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Speaker, there's been some confusion earlier about the fact that no bill has received royal assent. I'd like to, for the record, just to prove that since the election we've had C2, C3, C6, C8, C9. There you go. So that's several bills that have received the royal assent. So I don't know where that confusion is coming from, but nonetheless I would like to quote, which I think is a quintessential quote about how we should uphold the principles of debate in this House and that every member of Parliament willing to speak on an issue should have their say. And I quote, "The role of each and every individual in the chamber is to have that opportunity to stand up and debate legislation. If we want Canadians to have faith in this institution and in the relevance of Parliament, we must be able to debate intelligently and to make suggestions, not just to take a wrecking ball approach, but to put forward thoughtful suggestions and thoughtful input into legislation." Now, would you like to know who said that? That was the Minister of Defence that said that several years ago. And at the time he was complaining that only 30% of the bills were time allocated, and they are now up to 50%. That's half the bills time allocated. Thank you.
Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the question. It's easy to manipulate those numbers. Certainly 50% of a small number looks like a huge number. But, Mr. Speaker, we have come back here in September to get some things done. Our colleagues know that we have to get Bill C-13 into law. We're so close to the end of 2011, and here we haven't even passed the 2011 budget yet. Mr. Speaker, we have had so many opportunities. Bill C-10, the Safe Streets and Communities Act, 4 days of debate in the House, 11 committee hearings, 37 hours, 53 speeches in the House over 16 hours. That's on Bill C-10 alone, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-13, 7 total days of debate in the House. There's more days of debate at second reading than the average budget bill over the last 2 decades, Mr. Speaker, and more than any Liberal majority bill during that time. More days of debate on Bill C-13.
The honourable member is out of time for questions and comments. Resuming debate, lay please to débat the honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to make a statement that I'm sure you've never heard yet before in this House, Mr. Speaker. The Canadians actually gave our government a strong mandate to fulfill our commitments to Canadians, and that is exactly what we are doing. Despite what the opposition would have us believe, each of our bills have been extensively debated in the House of Commons and at committee hearings. The Keeping Canada's Economy and Jobs Growing Act, Bill C-13, is an example that I can speak to personally as the Minister of State for Finance and being deeply involved in that. We have already heard that there have been 12 days debate on the measures in Bill C-13 in this House. It should also be noted that there have been almost 120 speeches and over 32 hours of debate on Bill C-13 itself in this House. And I would remind honourable members that it was mentioned here before by my colleague that the budget was actually tabled on the 22nd of March, debated extensively throughout the election campaign. I would say passed by Canadians, a term that's not often used in an election criteria, but actually passed because that's what we ran on, Mr. Speaker. Right. And the Finance Committee studied it. Amongst all of their other studies, already started in 2010 discussing what was going to be in Budget 2011. We will not allow the opposition to continue playing political games and delaying our important legislative agenda, and especially our budget proposals in today's economic climate. On Monday, we know that the opposition voted against Bill C-13, despite all the important job-creating measures that were included in this bill and were extensively debated. I would like to take this opportunity to share some of those proposals in Bill C-13 that illustrate clearly just how this government is keeping our commitment to Canadians and just why we needed to take this swift action. As we all know, Canadians have weathered some very difficult economic times over the last couple of years. Our government has taken unprecedented action to help them through this challenging period, and indeed we are seeing some reassuring signs of economic recovery. The next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan builds on the government's record by announcing new measures for families and additional support for communities. This includes encouraging hiring by providing a temporary hiring credit for small business of up to $1,000 against a small firm's increase in its 2011 employment insurance premiums over those it paid in 2010. Mr. Speaker, we're almost in 2012, so clearly the time is here to implement this hiring credit for it to become enabled. The Economic Action Plan also includes an extension of active or recently terminated work-sharing agreements by up to 16 weeks so that companies can avoid layoffs by offering EI benefits to workers willing to work at a reduced work week while their company recovers. The government is focused on supporting Canadian families with a range of targeted measures that will help Canadians find and hold on to good, high-paying jobs while improving Canadians' quality of life in big and small communities all across this country. Lower taxes support businesses by providing them with the freedom to grow and invest. Reductions in corporate taxes increase incentives for firms to invest in their new equipment, to undertake innovative research, and to continue creating jobs. Bill C-13 builds on actions taken by our government by continuing to keep taxes low, and we cannot afford to further delay this. For example, to promote the exploration and development of Canada's rich mineral resources, Bill C-13 proposes to extend the temporary 15% mineral exploration tax credit for an additional year into 2012. The credit helps companies raise capital by providing an incentive to individuals who invest in flow-through shares issued to finance mineral exploration. Similarly, investments in clean energy technology and innovation are essential to realizing economic opportunities, creating employment, and enhancing the Canadian advantage. Canada is an energy superpower with one of the world's largest resource endowments of both traditional and emerging sources of energy. Canada is increasingly looked to as a source of dependable supplier of a wide range of energy products. Bill C-13 proposes to expand eligibility for accelerated capital cost allowance treatment for clean energy generation equipment to include equipment that generates electricity using waste heat. Mr. Speaker, the government will continue to invest in Canadian capabilities, the drivers of our economic growth. As a trade-dependent economy, Canada benefits from having an open and efficient trading system. As part of the Economic Action Plan, Canada's trade instruments, notably the customs tariff, will be simplified and streamlined in order to facilitate trade and lower the administrative burden for businesses as well as government. More specifically, Bill C-13 proposes to reduce the customs processing burden for businesses by reducing the number of tariff items contained in the customs tariff to facilitate the classification of imported goods. By ensuring that Canada's trade instruments are modernized and streamlined, these measures will lower customs processing costs for Canadian businesses, making them more competitive at home and abroad, and supporting their participation in global supply chains. We want to get rid of this red tape now, Mr. Speaker, not later. It's important that we move on with many of these initiatives. There's many more that I would like to have talked about, Mr. Speaker, but I see you're signaling that my time is up. I could go on and on about all of the things that the NDP are trying to block that businesses and Canadians need now.
The honourable member will have 3 minutes left after question period to conclude his remarks. Right now, it is time for statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canada was built by immigrants, and our economic future depends on our ability to quickly accept and integrate newcomers. I am pleased to be a member of Parliament from such a diverse riding. Because of Liberal neglect and empty promises, a massive backlog accumulated in every immigration category. We are working to fix this problem. Right now, parents and grandparents can expect to wait 8 years or more before they receive a decision on their application. This is unacceptable and unfair. Mr. Speaker, my constituents were pleased that the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration recently announced that the government will increase the number of parents and grandparents admitted to Canada next year, from about 15,500 in 2010 up to 25,000 in 2012. This is the highest level in nearly 2 decades. This new super visa for parents and grandparents will allow families to reunite quickly. As of December 1st, 2011, visiting parents and grandparents who will meet basic criteria of financial support and medical clearance will now be eligible to visit Canada for 24 months without renewing their visitor status. Mr. Speaker, my constituents of London North Centre...
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. The aerospace industry has grown significantly over the last 20 years in the Laurentians, with approximately 20 companies and 4,000 direct jobs. The riding of Rivière-des-Mille-Îles has a number of world-class small and medium-sized businesses in this industry. I'm thinking in particular of PAT Technologies and Medcor in Saint-Eustache and DCM Aeronautics and TMHC Canada in Boisbriand, which provide high-quality products and services. Although the aeronautics sector in Canada is experiencing significant growth, it nevertheless remains a cyclical industry facing foreign competitors with better state support. The NDP has long been demanding a focused industrial strategy for the aerospace sector. This would allow better support for innovation and promote equipment renewal. Instead of signing a blank check over to Lockheed Martin, this government should put in place a real policy to ensure the future of Canadian and Quebec workers in this aerospace industry.
Member for Saskatoon, Wanuskewin. Nope,
he's not here.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Speaker, Michael Nabil is a young Egyptian blogger, one of the early voices of the Tahrir Square Revolution, whose words, "The army and the people are of one hand," symbolized the hopes of the Egyptian Arab Spring. When the military started oppressing civilians, Nabil wrote that the army and the people are no longer of one hand, for which he was sentenced by military tribunal to 3 years in prison in a process devoid of any legality. Michael is now on the 95th day of his hunger strike. Has become a symbol of the hope and betrayal of the Egyptian spring turned winter, his life hanging by a thread. I know that all colleagues will join me in urging the Egyptian authorities to immediately release him and vindicate the original hopes of the Egyptian Arab Spring. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon, Wanuskewin.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are rightfully concerned when the practice of polygamy is exposed in this country. Polygamy has been linked to a consistent set of harms, including physical and sexual abuse, physical, reproductive, and mental health harms, economic deprivation, lower levels of education, inequality, including both gender inequality and marginalization of young men, decreased political rights and civil liberties, and the commodification and objectification of women. The harmful effects of polygamy justify the criminal law ban. That's why our government has vigorously defended the prohibition against polygamy in the criminal code. It is a practice which inevitably leads to the exploitation of women and young girls. This is unacceptable to our party and to our government. We've already acted to raise the age of sexual consent from 14 to 16 and currently have legislation before this House which will crack down on a wide variety of child sexual offences. I would like to assure all Canadians that they can count on our government to stand up for these important values.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
This week we have some great news for workers in Canada and the United States. The state of Nebraska and TransCanada Pipelines have agreed to find a route for Keystone Pipeline through Nebraska.
Great.
Keystone, when approved, means 20,000 immediate construction jobs in the United States and tens of thousands of jobs in Canada. Mr. Speaker, it will be the safest transportation method for oil in the world. Oil from an ethical, safe democracy that believes in equal rights for all and the rule of law for its citizens. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the NDP asked the Americans to stop the pipeline and kill tens of thousands of Canadian jobs. It's hard to believe that the NDP would work to kill Canadian jobs and would encourage the purchase of oil from countries that don't allow women to vote, don't believe in individual rights, and have many of its citizens live in fear and poverty. Why would the NDP do this, Mr. Speaker? It's obvious. They want to play politics with Canadians' lives. They are not in it for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. They are in it for themselves, and they are not fit to govern.
Order. L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Mr. Speaker, today is Buy Nothing Day. We want to celebrate this day, which is a time to think about overconsumption and the social, economic, and environmental impact of consumption in wealthy countries around the planet. Currently, 20% of the population consume 80% of the planet's resources in all countries. People are suffering because they cannot buy the resources they need to live. In some places around the world, some people don't even have access to food every day, and many children suffer. Buy Nothing Day does not seek to stifle the economy, but is asking people to think about how lucky they are to buy things every day without asking themselves questions. I want to congratulate the cooperative La Maison Verte in my riding, which is celebrating this event on Sunday by inviting members to get to know their co-op without buying anything. Of course, we all have to think about our consumer habits and act responsibly.
For North Vancouver.
Mr. Speaker, this Sunday, millions of Canadians from coast to coast to coast will turn their eyes towards beautiful British Columbia for the 99th Grey Cup. This annual sporting event is one of the oldest in the world. However, as millions of Canadians know, the Grey Cup is about more than just football. For almost 100 years, the Grey Cup has helped bring our country together, serving as Canada's unofficial fall festival. The Grey Cup affords an opportunity for all Canadians to come together to celebrate an event that is uniquely Canadian. I have had the opportunity since 2004 to be a member of the BC Lions family as a member of the support group, the Waterboys. The Lions, who had their first season in 1954, are the oldest professional sports team in British Columbia and are a valuable and important member of our community. This weekend, along with millions in British Columbia, I will be cheering on the Lions as they attempt to win their 6th Grey Cup. Go Lions, go!
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Mr. Speaker, from November 16 to November 19, I joined the Governor General on a state visit to Vietnam. This visit was the first ever state visit to Vietnam. This visit was to continue establishing our growing relations in trade, education, and cultural ties. While these ties are growing, nevertheless, our concerns regarding human rights, the rule of law, religious freedom, and promotion of democracy remain. During our bilateral meeting with the President, I emphasized these principles as a major platform of our foreign policy. I also informed him of our plans to open up the Office of Religious Freedom. Mr. Speaker, the next day on our visit to Ho Chi Minh City, I then paid visit to the parents of Nugent Tin Trong, who has been sentenced to 16 years for advocating more democracy. I inquired about Mr. Nugent's well-being. Mr. Speaker, Canada recognizes the desire of Vietnam to be a member of the international community. However, it needs to show it has taken concrete steps to address the shortcomings in human rights, the rule of law, religious freedom, and promotion of democracy. Mr. Speaker, Canada is ready to assist.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this Sunday, the Big Blue Machine will descend on the hapless and unsuspecting BC Lions and regain their rightful ownership of the Grey Cup. Our Winnipeg Blue Bombers have a great history and tradition of triumph and victory. In 1935, we were the first team west of Ontario to ever win the Grey Cup. Since then, we have contested for the championship no fewer than 24 times, one of the best records in the league. The 1950s and 60s, Mr. Speaker, were golden years for our blue and gold. 4 Grey Cup victories in 5 seasons, and we christened the house that Jack built, the stadium that our team has called home until this very season. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers are the pride of the prairies with the most devoted and passionate fans in the league. We love our team, and our team has always made us proud. I know that Sunday, November 27th, the 99th CFL Grey Cup will be a great day and a historic event as the Big Blue Machine brings the Grey Cup back where it belongs, to the corner of Portage and Main.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, today is International Elimination of Violence Against Women. Today we are starting these days against violence against women here in Canada as well as throughout the world. This will end on December 10th. Violence against women affects us all. It destroys families, undermines our social fabric, and hurts our communities as well as our economy. The throne speech emphasized the priority of this is for our government. Since 2007, the government has invested more than $39 million for projects to help in this area. These days of activism remind us to do everything that we can in order to stop violence against women and young girls today and forever. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Mr. Speaker, for 28 years, the Festival de la Chanson de Tadoussac, or Song Festival, has been celebrating Francophone songs. The festival is a showcase for emerging artists of varying musical styles and attracts festival goers from everywhere. There were nearly 38,000 in 2010. The spin-offs of the festival exceed 1.7 million. That is how big this festival has grown over the years. At the Canadian Tourism Awards Gala, which was held on November 24th in Ottawa, the festival was a finalist for the National Award for Cultural Tourism. I want to highlight this recognition, the result of efforts by both volunteers and organizers who have made this festival a benchmark in the area. Hats off and long life to the Festival de la Chanson de Tadoussac.
The Honourable Member for Vegreville, Wainwright.
Mr. Speaker, a piece of home for Canadians serving in Afghanistan is now coming home. The Tim Hortons outlet at Kandahar Airfield is closing after boosting soldier spirits for over 5 years. Civilian personnel hired by the Canadian Forces poured over 4 million coffees, half a dozen ice caps, and served over 3 million donuts. Many of these civilians did multiple tours in Afghanistan. The Tim Hortons on base provided a meeting place for soldiers from all nations. It was a place to sip on some coffee and have some good conversation. For many, it was a home away from home. And how many Canadians know this, Mr. Speaker? All the proceeds from the Kandahar Tims went to support our troops and their families. We salute and thank Tim Hortons for their support of our men and women in uniform. We salute and thank the civilian personnel whose commitment has made life a little easier for those who serve. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we salute and thank our brave men and women of the Canadian Forces who answer the call to duty each and every day.
Good statement.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, Jan Coates is a children's author and teacher from Wolfville, Nova Scotia, who's been writing for children since 2000. This year, her book, A Hare in the Elephant's Trunk, was one of 5 finalists for the 2011 Governor General's Literary Award children's text. The novel for young adults is based on the life of Jacob Deng, who as a 7-year-old in southern Sudan embarked on a journey of survival. Jacob fled from a civil war, lived in a refugee camp, endured hunger, and aspired to an education as a path away from violence. In 2003, Jacob arrived in Nova Scotia as a refugee and has since studied at both Acadia and St. Mary's University and has established a charitable foundation, Wadang Wings of Hope, to build schools in Sudan. 40% of the sale of each of Jan's book is donated to Jacob's charity. Jacob's life is a story of courage, and Jan's book about it is a lesson on life for all of those who read it. Congratulations, Jan and Jacob.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Vancouver Quadra is calling for Canada to impose a European-style carbon tax.
Oh, no.
The member for Saint Laurent-Cartierville wants a global carbon tax. The Liberal scheme for a job-killing carbon tax on everything is back out on the table. If the Liberals had their way, Canadians would be paying substantially more for gas in their cars, electricity for their homes, and everything else they buy. Canadians must not forget that the Liberals' hidden agenda for imposing a massive new tax on everything if they got their chance. It's not just carbon taxes. Recently, their interim leader called for the end of tax credits for children, transit users, and workers. And the Liberals continue to call for higher taxes on job creators despite the current global economic uncertainty. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the Liberal Party still has no new ideas other than higher taxes for Canadian families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives were elected on a promise to clean up Ottawa. Instead, the Muskoka minister gets his hand on a $50 million slush fund. He runs the program through his constituency office. He hides the documents from the Auditor General. And then when he's pressed for an explanation by committee, he claims that he had no role in the review of projects. The 242 projects magically became 32. That's simply not true. We have his letters of rejection to the municipalities. He said in the House that he handed all the documents to the Auditor General. That's not true. The Auditor General told committee that they were given only a few unrelated documents. Mr. Speaker, where is the outrage from the Conservative backbenches on behalf of Canadian taxpayers? Why are they sitting on their hands? These Conservatives came to Ottawa to change Ottawa. Instead, Ottawa changed them, and they are now worse than the party they replaced.
Order. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, while our Conservative government is focused on creating and protecting jobs with our low tax plan and job-creating measures, like the hiring credit for small business, the NDP is constantly opposing them and thus opposing helping Canadian families. In the coming months, Canadians will endure countless NDP leadership debates from the candidates, each looking to lead Canada's socialist movement. But even before the debates, we already know what most NDP leadership candidates want to do for the economy. And Canadian taxpayers and workers everywhere should be afraid. Very afraid, Mr. Speaker. First, they want to kill jobs by hiking taxes on employers by nearly $10 billion a year. Second, they want to impose a new tax on everyday financial transactions. Third, they want to increase personal taxes. Fourth, they want to hike tax on everyone with a higher GST. And the list of tax hikes and ill-considered schemes goes on and on. When it comes to the NDP and the economy, Canadians know that means three things.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government should attack the deficit and the problem with the labour market, because there are so many people in Canada who are not on the labour market, and neither has it created jobs. The few jobs it has created are of lower quality, less well-paid, less stable, and with less benefits. So the question is simple, Mr. Speaker. When will this government have the courage to face up to this reality? And when will this government change course? And when will it create quality jobs like those that Canadian families lost? Mr. Speaker, our first priority as the federal government is economic growth and job creation. We launched new measures under bills this fall, and the NDP voted against all of our proposals to create jobs. The efforts to help small businesses, they voted against those. The measures to reduce taxes to ensure that Canada is the best place in the world to invest, the NDP voted against that. Our priority, economic growth, has already created 600,000 net new jobs over the past year. That's a good start, and we're going to continue to work for economic recovery.
Mr. Speaker, we voted against policies that created 72,000 new lost jobs in the month of October alone. We voted against policies that have left 2 million Canadians unemployed. We voted against policies that have forced down average wages in this country 2% over the last year. We voted against a program that has left 1 million Canadians going to food banks just to make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, we've lost 600,000 well-paid manufacturing jobs on the Conservative watch. That has led to a decrease in wages. Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that this government doesn't know where it's going. Where's the real job creation plan? Why won't...
Order. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
We're pleased with the 600,000 net new jobs created since the bottom of the recession. But we are not declaring victory. We remain focused on the Canadian economy. We remain focused on ensuring that every single Canadian who wants to work has a job. But let me remind the member opposite what the NDP voted against. They voted against the family caregiver tax credit, the children's arts tax credit, the volunteer firefighter tax credit, tax relief for the manufacturing sector, something he proposes to support. Why won't he stand up and support the good measures that will help Canadian growth, job creation and economic growth, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, the government has failed to deliver on accountability under the current health accords. There's still time to fix that. We've got at least 2 more years, in fact, for them to deliver on their promises. Canadians don't have the information the federal government promised they'd have on what was or wasn't achieved under the current health accords. Will the Conservatives agree to bring in a full accounting now so Canadians can have a meaningful debate on what the next health accord should accomplish for this country?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as the member knows, there has been issues of accountability with the original 2004 accord that was negotiated by the Liberals. But there is good news. The Minister is having the opportunity to meet with her colleagues from the provinces and territories today to discuss what we've learned from that 2004 health accord. Our government is committed to the escalation of the 6% to the provinces and territories. We're committed to a universal and publicly funded healthcare system and the Canada Health Act. So the upcoming discussions will be about just what he's asking for: accountability, results for Canadians, including better reporting.
Order. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the commitment on accountability was made in the last health accord. We spent $160 billion under the current accords. Are Canadians getting value for that money? Truth is, Conservatives have failed to live up to the current accord. They failed to ensure proper reporting on what we got for that spending. The meetings in Halifax aren't going to advance that. They just didn't do the work. So will they demonstrate some leadership and accountability? And why not do it right now, not 3 years from now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, we are showing leadership. If we want to compare how the Liberals negotiated with the provinces to how our government has, if you remember correctly, first they started off by cutting $25 billion out of transfers. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you have the opportunity to negotiate with provinces, but don't start off that way. It doesn't put them in a very good mood. We're starting 2.5 years ahead of time. We're going to be discussing exactly what the provinces are finding on the ground, to work with them to put in those benchmarks, to put accountability, to put innovation in, because that's what Canadians want from their governments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint Bruno Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, the federal government has a role to play in the health accords that goes beyond pulling out its checkbook. We still have not seen any progress concerning the government's commitments in matters of electronic medical files, the national drug strategy, and access to care for the Aboriginal population. When will the government stop denying its failures in matters of the health accord? Where is the leadership we need to improve?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, if we read between the lines, it is clear that the NDP would like to intervene in provincial jurisdiction. However, Mr. Speaker, our government respects areas of provincial jurisdiction by giving more than a 30% increase to support the health system, not like the NDP, which wants to increase federal bureaucracy.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are very disturbed by the government's refusal to stand up to the U.S. and protect Canadian interests. Thousands of Stelco employees have been out of work for over 3 years because the Conservatives failed to set out clear takeover criteria under the Investment Canada Act. The government promised over a year ago to define the net benefit test. Why has the minister failed to live up to that promise? Why has he failed to defend Canadian jobs?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, this government defends Canadian jobs each and every day. Mr. Speaker, we referred this important issue to the Industry Committee so that they could take the time to study the issue and report back to government. Well, what happened, Mr. Speaker? What stopped the Industry Committee? It was the Liberal Party of Canada who voted to call an early opportunistic election, Mr. Speaker, rather than allowing the Industry Committee to do its important work, Mr. Speaker. If we had not had an early election, Mr. Speaker, the Industry Committee would have finished their good work.
Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, the fact that the Conservative government was not able to defend Canadian interests is deeply troubling. They buried their head in the sand while the United States implemented their Buy America policy, as well as many other irritants, and now they are on the verge of signing a perimeter safety agreement with the Americans. Why is the Prime Minister about to sign this agreement on December 7th when there are so many matters that are not resolved? Why is he caving to the United States? Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
This member opposite had his way, Mr. Speaker. You wouldn't sign any agreement until you had dealt with every single challenge. Listen, we have a good working relationship with the Obama administration. Under the Prime Minister's leadership, he has been working incredibly hard to try to take down barriers that hurt Canadian jobs. Mr. Speaker, sometimes in the manufacturing sector, parts will go back and forth as many as 7 to 12 times. These border problems have a huge impact on the Canadian economy, and the Prime Minister has been working incredibly hard to tear down these barriers to protect and promote Canadian economic growth, Mr. Speaker. No final deal has been reached, but under the Prime Minister's leadership, I'm confident we will.
And Mr. Speaker, at committee yesterday, the Minister of Human Resources was caught misleading the Canadian public. Now, she was asked point blank, they asked her, do you stand by your statements about how long it takes the average Canadian to receive an employment insurance check? And she said yes, she stood by her statement. Minutes later, the head of Service Canada came as a witness and said she was actually wrong. So, will she rise in the House, apologize to 1.4 million unemployed Canadians today, and reverse the decision about cutting the EI processing centres across this great country?
Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, our goal is to get the EI checks to people who are qualified for them just as quickly as possible. We have a standard. It's 28 days, 80% of the time. And we're just a little bit below that right now. I apologize if there was any confusion when the opposite member didn't understand what all went into that statistic. But that's why we're changing we're changing the system, Mr. Speaker, because we want to improve it. We want to deliver services to Canadians better, faster, more efficiently, and more affordably.
The member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 4 weeks since Attawapiskat declared a state of emergency. Families are living in tents and in trailers. People are in danger because of the cold temperatures. But no federal official or minister has been to the area. It has promised to pay money to help, but can the government confirm that fact? And where is the long-term plan to improve the situation in Attawapiskat?
Serve Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we're deeply concerned about this situation. The community is facing a number of challenges. We've had ongoing discussions with the Chief and Council to make progress on addressing these issues. My officials will be in the community early next week to discuss next steps. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for that answer. Attawapiskat is a community that has tried to do things right, and yet it has continued to fall behind from chronic underfunding and systemic negligence in terms of infrastructure, education, housing, and health. This situation is causing an international outcry, and Canadians are rightly saying, how can this happen in a country as rich as Canada? So will this government commit to take the lead with aid officials, with the community, to fix the situation in Attawapiskat so that we can return this community to the kind of dignity that these people deserve?
Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we are taking this situation seriously. This community has a number of challenges. One of them is its financial challenge. They're in co-management. They have an indebtedness that is getting in the way of a lot of other progress that could be made. So this is part of our overall next steps, is to get to a place where proper local administration and governance can make sure there's progress being made in the community.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, we heard the testimony from the representatives of the Norwegian government yesterday before the Defence Committee, and then we realized that the Associate Minister for Defence doesn't know how to count. Norway is planning to pay $10 billion US for only 52 F-35s and another $40 billion for maintenance over 30 years. That is 5 times more than this government says that it will have to pay. Since the Conservatives' figures are simply wrong, will we have to ask the Norwegian government to do our math for us? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that is as onerous a statement as I've ever heard. Comparing our situation with Norway's is a quick fix that goes nowhere. I this morning met with a secretary from Norway. We discussed the issue broadly. Canada's program is on track. Our figures reconcile, and the member needs to do her homework. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur le Président, cette semaine, le vérificateur général a signalé que le gouvernement n'a même pas assez d'argent pour assurer l'entretien de base de nos avions. Le calcul des coûts réalistes fait par le gouvernement norvégien prévoit 40 milliards sur 30 ans pour l'entretien de 52 F-35. De toute évidence, le gouvernement est en train de refiler leurs erreurs de calcul.
Order. I've just been informed that we're having issues with the translation again. Est-ce que les membres...
Can the members hear the interpreter? Can the members hear the interpreter?
I see some people saying yes, some people saying no. Est-ce que la traduction...
Can the members hear the interpreter? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Start again, please. Mr. Speaker, this week the Auditor General stated that the government does not even have enough money to ensure basic maintenance of our aircraft. The calculation of the costs done by the Norwegian government is realistic and provides for $40 billion over 30 years to upkeep 52 F-35s. Clearly, the government is passing along their mathematical errors to future generations. Will the government stop misleading Canadians and give us the true figures? The Honourable Associate Minister of Defence.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, the excitement is overwhelming indeed. Thank you. Let me just quote the minister from Norway, who stated categorically, amongst other things, I want to say that my government is strongly committed to the F-35s, and he's also encouraged us, and we will stay with that program. Mr. Speaker, our budget for the purchase of F-35s remains on track. The figures are calculated accurately, and the member opposite needs to do her own math to get to the bottom of what she is alleging, which is not true.
For Beaches, East York. Mr. Speaker, the Associate Minister is making facts up as he goes along. Yesterday, he claimed that his F-35s would be able to communicate with our ground troops as soon as we get them. But his own department says that's simply not true, putting our troops at risk of friendly fire. Mr. Speaker, the Associate Minister is in way over his head. Will he finally put this contract out to tender so our troops aren't stuck with planes that put them in danger?
Associate Minister of Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the only danger here is the rhetoric coming from the side opposite. Contrary to the member's misrepresentation, the facts are Canada is scheduled to receive its delivery of F-35 aircraft equipped with the ability to locate and communicate with other aircraft and know where friendly ground units are well in advance of deployment on operations. Mr. Speaker, our plan is on track. Things are working. The aircraft are coming off the production line. They're being flown, and they're being delivered to partner countries as we speak.
Member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, there is a mountain of evidence from multiple reliable sources that contradict what the Associate Minister tells this House every single day. The Associate Minister is at odds with his own minister, with his own ministry, and now with our allies. Yesterday, the Norwegians told us that they expect to pay 5 times what this government pays for the F-35, $40 billion for 13 fewer planes, and they acknowledge it may go up. Mr. Speaker, how did Canada qualify for an 80% discount, or is this minister just making these numbers up?
Minister of Defence.
Mr. Speaker, all reasonable people agree that we need the aircraft to defend Canadian sovereignty. Our plan is on track and will provide the Air Force with the equipment they need to defend that sovereignty, Mr. Speaker. If the opposition had their way, they would cancel the equipment our Air Force agrees is the best to do their job safely and effectively. Never mind the reference to our men and women. This government's the one that's been rebuilding the equipment, the resources our Air Force and our military people need, and we'll keep on doing it.
Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, This government announced in secret the creation of an advisory committee tasked with seeing it is possible to work in French in enterprises under federal jurisdiction in Quebec. We don't know who will sit on this committee, which enterprises will be affected, what will the deadline be, and whether its answers will be made public. The NDP has done its homework and has already drafted a bill on this topic. Why is the government wasting time instead of supporting our initiative? The Honourable Minister of State for Small Business. Mr. Speaker, as concerns the French language, I believe that we don't have any lessons to take from the NDP. It is important to promote French and to promote bilingualism, and I am proud to be Canadian, Mr. Speaker. And as concerns laws, our government passes laws based on facts, and we'll see what happens in Quebec before supporting any legislation. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. That's beautiful rhetoric. This government is dragging its feet, and it's trying to use diversionary tactics. If this committee was such a good idea, I imagine that they would have set it up last Parliament when the member for Outremont presented a similar bill. This government continuously disrespects francophones in Quebec and across Canada. We know that private Quebec companies under federal jurisdiction, Air Canada and the banks, don't care about French at work. The NDP is proposing concrete action, so will this government stop trying to recuperate and work with us? Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, this committee will look at the facts and will report back to Canadians. The most important thing for us is that we are in a bilingual country, and we must promote both official languages in this country, and that's what we'll do. The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Mr. Speaker, it's all very, very well to hear these fine words, but they don't have to do the same work over and over. The problem of French in the workplace in private sectors under federal jurisdiction has been studied, and today we're debating this problem in the House. So will the government support us in our House, in the House, to have this bill adopted quickly, or will it continue to waste taxpayers' time and money by creating yet another committee? The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, I'm very disappointed to hear my colleague in the opposition talk about wasting time. I don't think it's wasting parliamentarians and Canadians' time to study a basic question before making an important decision.
The Honourable Member for Humber, St. Barbe Vert.
Mr. Speaker, without a plan, without rules, documents reveal the government has been spending millions on border infrastructure projects in Quebec, Ontario, and the Atlantic inappropriately. In Atlantic Canada, the government has been promising such a strategy, the Atlantic Gateway Strategy, since 2007. It wasn't until March of 2011 that the government finalized and posted these rules, and only after $250 million had already been spent. Good. Transport Canada's departmental performance report reveals what the minister will not. The gate to the Atlantic Gateway is now closed. The funds are all gone. How does the minister explain this mismanagement and
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. We continue to work an Atlantic Gateway strategy, and for the edification of the member opposite, he should recognize that St. John's, Newfoundland is in a perfect position to become the gateway to the northern part of Canada, and there's great potential not just for Atlantic Canadian Gateway, but a northern gateway for Newfoundland, which we'll continue to work with our colleagues from Atlantic Canada.
The Honourable Member for St. Léonard, Saint Michel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During question period yesterday, when we asked the government what it intended to do to solve the problem of prescription drug shortages, it answered that it was prepared to introduce regulations if no other method proved effective. So my question is simple. Can you tell the House which regulations the government intends to put in place to solve this troubling problem? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Speaker, I disagree with the premise of the question. Our government is taking a leadership role in the world. The minister has spoken to the drug companies, and I'm pleased to report to the House that the companies have responded positively to her request. Information about the drug shortages will soon be available on public websites, giving patients and medical doctors the information they need to make proper decisions, and final details are still being worked out, but I'm very encouraged to see how the industry has responded to these concerns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel.
Mr. Speaker, was for regulations and how those were going to change. In 2004, the Health Accord created innovative solutions to the real problems facing the health care system, including a national pharmaceutical strategy to make sure that prescription drugs were safe and available for everyone that needed them. The Conservatives killed this plan, which, as the Auditor General pointed out this week, has prevented many life-saving drugs from reaching market while keeping many unsafe drugs on pharmacy shelves. As negotiations on the next health accord begin, will the government admit their error and bring forward a plan to ensure that Canadians have a safe, affordable supply?
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, Canadians can be assured that we have one of the safest drug supply systems in the world. And he brought up the Auditor General, and we actually agree with the Auditor General's findings. Work is already underway to address the concerns of the Auditor General. For example, we have already taken steps to ensure that drug reviews are done in a thorough and timely manner. The health and safety of Canadians is a priority for our government, and it's obvious that a better process needs to be put in place to ensure that the products on the market are safe, efficient, and reliable for all Canadians, and we're committed to that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, last year when Canadians heard that CEDA will be streamlining the application process for developing programs, they expected improvement. It turns out that for Conservatives, streamlining just means delaying. 50 groups have waited for over 3 months to hear whether they're getting the funding. Critical programs in developing countries are being cut. Mr. Speaker, why is the Minister putting these important development projects at risk?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International
Mr. Speaker,
Cooperation.
this government is committed to assistance that is effective, focused and accountable. We ensure each project is an effective use of taxpayers' dollars. The amount of time to review proposals varies depending on the overall number of applications and the size, complexity, and the risks associated with each proposal. The proposals are under consideration. I cannot comment further until the due diligence and evaluation process is completed.
Member for Newton North Delta.
These people are trying to help the world's poorest, and all they get from that government is doublespeak and off-base attacks. CEDA was 4 months past its own deadline, waiting for a media event to announce the Muskoka Initiative funding. The International Aboriginal Youth Internships were timed so the Minister could announce on a particular day. Mr. Speaker, why is the Minister more interested in flashy press conferences than actually getting the job done?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation.
Well, Mr. Speaker, no organization is entitled to receive taxpayers' dollars indefinitely. Our responsibility is to Canadian taxpayers, and it requires us to ensure that the official development assistance is more effective, more focused, and more accountable. The proposals are under consideration, and I won't speculate on when the due diligence and the evaluation process will be completed.
The Deputy de Pontiac.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
The President appeared before Government Operations Committee yesterday to explain holes in the government's spending estimates. As we've come to expect from that minister, we received a lot of runarounds, but few answers. The minister, however, did confirm that Conservatives are throwing away $20 million on private sector slashing experts and threatening to shut down entire programs. So my question is the following. Which programs and services Canadian families rely on the chopping block of their private consultants?
Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is not immune to the problems facing other countries. Reckless spending and out-of-control debt are key causes of problems in other countries today. Canadians gave us a strong mandate to protect and complete Canada's economic recovery. Our government has a plan to keep taxes low, focus on jobs for Canadians, and growing the economy.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
Mr. Speaker, the government should simply drop the rhetoric and think about families who need government services. The departments are announcing huge cuts without telling us where they'll come from. Human Resources, Infrastructure Canada, Industry Canada, Fisheries and Oceans. They're all announcing cuts, but we're not being told where the millions will come from. Before wasting $20 million on a private contract, will the government ensure that it understands what's happening in its own departments?
Honourable Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Under our government, Canada has created nearly 600,000 new jobs. Canadians gave us a strong mandate to protect and complete Canada's economic recovery. While the opposition is calling for higher taxes that would kill jobs and hurt the economy, our government has a plan to keep taxes low, focus on jobs for Canadians, and growing the economy. Reckless spending and out-of-control debt are the key problems facing other countries today, and we do not intend to follow that path.
All right. The honourable member for Chatham, Kent, Essex.
Mr. Speaker, today the Supreme Court prevented Saputo and Kraft Canada from challenging the cheese compositional standards that our government brought in a few years ago. This will ensure that processors continue to use real Canadian milk in the production of Canadian cheese. Could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture please update the House on what this decision means for consumers and supply-managed farmers in the dairy sector?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In 2008, our government introduced the cheese compositional standards to ensure that real Canadian milk is used in the production of Canadian cheese. And this decision by the Supreme Court is beneficial to both consumers and to the Canadian dairy farmers because it ensures that our world-class cheese continues to be made with world-class milk. Mr. Speaker, this is yet another example of how our government stands up both for consumers and our supply-managed farmers, and it demonstrates clearly that we put farmers first. Thank you.
Honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the jig is up for the asbestos industry. After spending hundreds of millions of dollars subsidizing this industry and trying to block international efforts to curb its use, the last remaining asbestos mine is finally on the ropes. Now, instead of shoveling even more corporate welfare into this deadly and dying industry, why don't they use that money for economic development in the region to help those people transition out of this deadly and dying industry and into an industry with a future?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works. Mr. Speaker, for more than 30 years, the Government of Canada has promoted the safe, controlled use of chrysotile domestically and internationally. All scientific studies have confirmed that chrysotile can be used safe in a controlled environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, this repetition by the Conservative government won't create any jobs. It's the same old song. By passively watching the asbestos industry fizzle out and watching people die of respiratory disease in India and elsewhere in the third world, the government has abandoned not only workers in the asbestos industry, but also the economy there. Production of asbestos has stopped. These people are out of jobs and there's no transition program. Mr. Speaker, is this government so pro-cancer that they don't realize that pretending that this industry is a good one? Mr. Speaker, all scientific studies have confirmed that chrysotile can be used safely in a controlled environment. On this side of the House, we have no lessons to learn from government or of party opposite that doesn't know the reality of these regions. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Government is failing Canadian seniors. It consistently refuses to put in place measures that will allow our seniors to age with dignity. On pensions, it offers retirement roulette. On GIS, this government offers little. On affordable housing and health care, this government offers absolutely nothing. Mr. Speaker, why does this government refuse to defend the dignity of Canadian seniors?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the opposite is what's true. In fact, it's our government that increased the age exemption for the GIS from $500 to $3,500. It was our government that brought in pension income splitting to help seniors lower their taxes so they'd have more money to spend. It was our government that invested $400 million in affordable housing under the Economic Action Plan, just for seniors. Mr. Speaker, the list goes on, but we only have a short period of time. I suggest, though, that the NDP, instead of railing against it, should actually have supported some of these measures.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, I want us to talk about seniors' current needs, but the government is trying to create a diversion, and that's what's really worrisome. It's like the minister doesn't realize that not many seniors will have a comfortable pension. An organization for seniors in Quebec personally told me that many seniors simply don't have access to the services they need. This association is tired of the false promises by the government, and we are too. How can seniors trust this government if all they're offering is feigned indignation and... The Honourable Minister, we have done a great deal for our seniors, people who built this great country, this great and wonderful country. Unfortunately, all our efforts to assist them have been opposed by the NDP. For example, yesterday, a member of the NDP insulted all seniors in the country. And that is unacceptable.
The Honourable Member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, this government has fought 752 ground fishers in the court for over the last 5 years, over millions of dollars that are owed in back taxes to the fishers. After the government lost the court case, they have reluctantly agreed to settle. The problem is there are over 1,400 other fishers involved in the same program who are owed millions of dollars in back taxes. Will the government commit right now to paying back every single ground fish, every tax dollar that's owed to them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Service to all Canadians is important, and we have acted immediately after the court decision. We've created a dedicated team to review each of the fishers' requests, and our expectation is that reassessments will begin to be issued in the coming weeks. I would, however, like to point out that the member from Cardigan was at the Cabinet table and was really a member when this previous Liberal government came up with a poorly worded policy that led to confusion, a decade of unfortunate legal battles.
There you go. The Honourable Member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, but this parliamentary secretary is wrong. It is this Conservative government that has fought fishers in the court for 5 years.
Exactly.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Cardigan has the floor.
Give them snooze.
They hate to hear this, Mr. Speaker, but when the government lost the court case this year, the minister waited to the very last possible day before telling the fishers she would not appeal the case, fighting them tooth and nail to the last drop. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are over 1,400 other fishers in this program who have not received this money. Will the government assure these fishers today that they will be paid the millions of dollars, along with the 752 that have won the court case after years?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So again, Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that the Conservative government is having to clean up the Liberal mess on this issue. However, I do want to reassure, because it is very important for the fishers, that a dedicated team has been set up to review each of the fishers' requests, and our expectation is that the reassessment will begin to be issued in the upcoming weeks. Thank you.
Good job. For Squalman, Wanda Fuka.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives promised there would be no cuts to the Public Health Agency of Canada, but now they've said there will be new criteria and a new application process for HIV/AIDS funding. Mr. Speaker, the clock is ticking, yet the Conservatives still haven't said what those criteria are or even how to apply. HIV/AIDS community organizations are now concerned they'll have to close their doors and cut community services before they can even submit applications. Mr. Speaker, why are the Conservatives putting HIV/AIDS community services at risk?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want the member to know that I disagree with him. I'm actually very proud of the work this government has done and has accomplished in helping combat HIV and AIDS, not only in Canada, Mr. Speaker, but the whole world. The Canadian HIV Vaccine Initiative, for example, CHVI, led by our government along with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, highlights Canada's world-class HIV and vaccine research expertise. This initiative will help our government advance the science for the development of a safe and effective HIV vaccine. In addition, last year alone, our government provided $42 million in HIV/AIDS research funding through CIHR. Thank you.
The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. There are organizations that are fighting HIV/AIDS have waited much longer than they should have to have confirmation from the government that funding would be renewed. Mr. Speaker, Is this another example of mismanagement on the part of the government, like all of the other ones identified by the Auditor General this week? Will the government tell us if it has a plan to provide funding for people with HIV/AIDS? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I suppose that member didn't hear my answer. And the sad thing about it, our government has taken a leadership role, unprecedented investments for research for people who have HIV and AIDS. And the sad thing about it, Mr. Speaker, each and every time we do that, the NDP stands up in this House and they vote against it. That's the sad state of affairs that this party has to deal with. We're committed to helping people who need help in our country and around the world with HIV and AIDS.
Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, Marine Atlantic Incorporation offers commercial and passenger ferry services between the provinces of Newfoundland, Labrador and Nova Scotia. This is a vital service to those people living in Canada's eastern coast. On November 28th, at 1 minute after midnight, Marine Atlantic Inc. and the National Automobile, Aerospace, Transportation and General Workers Union of Canada, Local 4285, will acquire the legal right to strike or lock out. Can the Minister of Labour provide an update to this House on the situation in Marine Atlantic Inc.?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Don Valley East for the question today. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have given our government a strong mandate to focus on the economy and to make sure that we do what we can to help Canada's recovery. In the case of Marine Atlantic, we are referring the matter to the Canadian Industrial Relations Board for their ruling on whether or not any activities need to be maintained, because the ceasing of the activities would pose an immediate and serious danger to the public health and safety for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. And I've made that referral today, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, as we recall the Holodomor genocide in Ukraine nearly 80 years ago, we're also concerned about the fragile state of Ukrainian democracy today. Interference in the legal system is used to stifle free political activity, and now some mysterious illness seems to have befallen the Leader of the Opposition. Will the Canadian government press Ukrainian authorities to allow Ms. Tymoshenko independent medical treatment? Will Canada offer to provide that treatment if necessary? And will Ukraine be warned that anything untoward happening to Ms. Tymoshenko would severely affect relations with Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to say to the member for Wascana, that's probably the best question we've had all day. I completely agree with him that we're tremendously concerned about the prosecution, the political prosecution of the Leader of the Opposition there. We're tremendously concerned about her well-being, and I will certainly endeavour to follow up to ensure that Canada speaks strongly, that she get the medical care that she needs, and if necessary, we would certainly be prepared to offer her support here in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, Environment Canada has determined that the value of La Pierre Island is $14,000. Now, what we have is an island that is full of garbage. It has no environmental value. All of the officials have recognized that it's not worth anything. However, Alfonso Argento walked away with $14 million in tax credits for the island. $14 million for him, $15,000 for volunteer firefighters. We can see, in fact...
The Honourable Member's out of time. The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I did hear something about tax credits for volunteer firefighters, Mr. Speaker, and that gives me the opportunity to remind all members in this House that it was only this side of the House that actually voted for that the other night. The NDP, in fact, all of the opposition voted against that, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of things wrong in the world, Mr. Speaker. What we can do is help Canadians right now. And what we've done is offer Canadians incentives to get people back to work, tax credits to help them, Mr. Speaker. But every time we do, Mr. Speaker, they vote against it.
Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, our government's international focus continues to be deepening our trade relationships. Increased trade creates economic growth and jobs here in Canada. With 1 in 5 Canadian jobs generated by trade, this is a no-brainer. But despite these clear benefits, Mr. Speaker, the NDP continues to lobby against the creation of Canadian jobs. Can the Parliamentary Secretary please explain to the House how the NDP actually views trade?
We're at it again.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country, for that great question. The reality is that the NDP pretends to be mainstream, but their anti-trade agenda has no credibility. Here's how the NDP view trade. Exports mean sending NDP MPs abroad to lobby against Canadian jobs. Imports mean flying socialists to Canada to criticize Canadians working in our oil sands. And the NDP's anti-trade, anti-Canadian jobs agenda is proof that the NDP is unfit to be the official opposition.
Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Mr. Speaker, we've seen what happens when the government and industry doesn't consult on major projects like Northern Gateway. The coastal First Nations have made clear their opposition to the project and process. Now Kinder Morgan is proposing to double the Trans Mountain pipeline that would run through at least 15 First Nation reserves and 30 traditional territories. Failure to negotiate in good faith has left a cloudy picture of rights and title in British Columbia. When will the minister commit to government talks with the affected First Nations?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of the Environment has referred the Northern Gateway pipeline project to a joint review. That's the highest level of scrutiny possible. The review is an open and independent process where interested parties, including Aboriginal groups, can freely express their views. Our government, as you know, supports the diversification of our exports. However, we are committed to ensuring that any project is environmentally sustainable.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Yesterday, the Conservative government pulled a rabbit out of its hat in order to try to distract from the nomination of unilingual Anglophones by creating an advisory committee that no one knows who will sit on or whether it will be accountable to Canada. It's launching into futile consultations. I've got a simple solution to help the government save time and money. All it has to do is adopt the block bill, the only one to have ever been tabled in this House, which would subject federally regulated companies in Quebec to Bill 101. It's important to point this out. Will it stop passing the buck and really do something to protect the French at work in Quebec?
Ministre d'État.
The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to promote and protect the French language, not only in Quebec, but in Canada, Mr. Speaker. The government announced the striking of an advisory committee that will go into the field, speak to Canadians to ensure that the use of the French language in federally regulated companies in Quebec is respected, Mr. Speaker. We are going to look at the facts, and after that, if action is required, we will act accordingly.
Period for today. Tabling of documents. Dépôt des documents. One more? Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Presenting reports of interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Private members' bills. Mr. Kotler, seconded by Mr. Pachetti, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Protect Canadian Citizens Abroad. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to introduce an act to protect Canadian citizens abroad in support of the foundational principle that all Canadian citizens, without discrimination, deserve the protection of the Government of Canada while detained, stranded, captured, or disappeared abroad. There are a number of high-profile cases, including those of Meher Arar, Omar Khadar, and Abu Sufyan Abdulrazak, and those who were the subject of the Akabuchi Commission report, Abdullah Al-Maki, Ahmad Abu Al-Mati, and Muayyad, as well as the related jurisprudence that have underscored the need for legislation setting forth both the rights of Canadian citizens as well as the threshold obligations of the Government of Canada and its consular services. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, this legislation, the first ever of its kind in Canada, would affirm these rights and obligations, including rights to consular access, consular visits and repatriation, reporting requirements for Canadian officials when they suspect a Canadian detained or captured abroad has been or may be tortured, and requiring that the government request the repatriation of a Canadian detained abroad in situations where there are reasonable grounds to believe that the Canadian has been or may be tortured, is being subjected to conditions constituting cruel or unusual punishment, or is being arbitrarily detained. I would like to thank the member for St. Michel-Leonard for seconding this bill, and I trust it will be supported by all members of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur Kotler, appuyé par
Mr. Kotler, seconded by Mr. Butchety, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Julian, seconded by Ms. Brousseau, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Support Canadian Professional Football. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in this House to present Bill and Act to support Canadian professional football. As you know, Mr. Speaker, from coast to coast to coast, Canadians' eyes will be riveted on Vancouver this weekend for the 99th Grey Cup, where the BC Lions will take on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers from Eastern Canada. So it will be exciting. I know there are Blue Bombers fans in the House. Of course, I'm a BC Lions fan, Mr. Speaker. And last weekend, I was pleased to see in BC Place Stadium a sea of orange, of supporters coming out for the BC Lions. And of course, as you know, Mr. Speaker, I'm mighty partial to orange and waves of orange. It was great to see that many people in BC Place Stadium. Now, Mr. Speaker, of course, what the Canadian Football League does is very important. They have the right balance. It's not multi-millionaires playing, but mainly guys who've worked all their lives, often with other jobs, but for love of football, continue to push forward and to represent their communities. So, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of both football fans right across the country, I'm presenting this bill that would allow the Canadian Football League to continue to prosper right across the country for future generations. Vive la Ligue Canadienne de Football.
Long live the Canadian Professional Football League.
Thank you.
Monsieur Julian, appuyé par
Mr. Julian, seconded by Ms. Mousseau, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations on this following motion for travel, that in relation to its study on the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement with the European Union, 6 members of the Standing Committee on International Trade be authorized to travel to Brussels, Belgium, and Paris, France in the fall of 2011, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee.
Does the Honourable Chief Government Whip have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table today a petition signed by literally thousands of Canadians from all across Canada who call upon the House of Commons and Parliament to take note that asbestos is the greatest industrial killer that the world has ever known. In fact, they point out that more Canadians now die from asbestos than all other industrial or occupational causes combined, and yet Canada remains one of the largest producers and exporters of asbestos in the world, spending millions of dollars subsidizing the asbestos industry and blocking international efforts to curb its use. And therefore, these petitioners, Mr. Speaker, call upon the Government of Canada to ban asbestos in all of its forms, institute a just transition program for asbestos workers and the communities they live in, and end all government subsidies of asbestos both in Canada and abroad, and stop blocking international health and safety conventions designed to protect workers from asbestos, such as the Rotterdam Convention.
Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition to this House from some of my constituents in Kitchener Centre regarding Bill C4 on human smuggling, not because I necessarily agree with the petition, but because I think everyone has a right to have their voice heard in this House. These constituents believe that Bill C4 will place refugees in detention only because they're seeking safety in Canada, and they don't see any other reason, and therefore they think that would be arbitrary. They believe that Bill C4 will place accepted refugees in limbo for 5 years, preventing them from seeing family members or traveling out outside of Canada or integrating into Canadian society because they're not permanent residents. They believe that this is intended to punish refugees, and they see no other reason for it. They also believe that smuggling is already punishable by life imprisonment or for a fine of up to $1 million under the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. For that reason, they call on the government to withdraw Bill C-4. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question Q177 will be answered today. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders supply. Resuming debate on the motion about time allocation and closure.
Resuming debate. Prise du débat. L'honorable député de Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Honourable member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to advise you.
Spending my time with the member from Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor. C'est avec un peu de...
It is with some sadness that I see that this government is always starting to put the end first rather than the beginning. The government is doing what it wants and isn't really taking into consideration parliamentary procedure and parliamentary tradition. Since the last election, we see that there is some abuse. The government is abusing its majority, although it only has 39% of the vote. And we think we're being generous in the 39% because 40% of Canadians didn't vote, so they didn't even get really 30% of support from the population of Canada, so they should at least respect the opinion of all Canadians. It's not the first time that we've talked about this subject. Today, we were talking about closure and time allocation, and not even a few hours of debate, but rather immediately upon introduction of a bill. On a number of occasions, the government has shown abuse of institutions with the choice of senators. They have also shown that they don't respect their own promises. They don't keep their own promises. They promise to only appoint elected senators, and in fact, the next day, within the 2 weeks following the election, the Prime Minister appointed senators who not only lost the election, but they did so without consulting the provinces as the government had promised to do. Recently, we saw this government even put in place criteria to appoint an officer of Parliament, and in the criteria, not to get into too much detail, but there were 2 criteria for the Auditor General. It was very simple. The 2 major criteria were that the individual be an accountant and second bilingual, and this government has already ignored the fact that the individual had to be bilingual, and they had somebody who had experience in just a small province. So we see this abuse, as we have seen to date, that for this government there is always a double standard. We believe that the government is abusing its powers by constantly having recourse to gag orders in order to prevent debate. It's the only thing that we can use to justify what's happening, and we've seen this happen 6 times when none of the bills were urgent.
That there's been time allocation invoked on 6 of 10 bills. 6 of 10 bills, that does not mean time allocation's been invoked 6 times. It means time allocation has been invoked on 6 bills, meaning different stages. So a bill will go through, just for listeners to be aware of how many stages a bill will go through. And normally a bill will go through 2nd reading, report stage, and 3rd reading. So if you multiply 6 bills times 3, that would mean almost 18 times that this government has potentially will be invoking time allocation. Up to date, we have a calculation of about 10. So we're looking forward for more of these bills to undergo time allocation for the next few steps. The government House Leader has stated that the issues on the government's House legislative agenda so far this session has been discussed in detail since the Harper government took office. Well, I don't understand that. Sorry, the Prime Minister. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. That's what happens when you're reading some notes that you should have read before you started your speech. But my point being is that the Prime Minister has said, not the Prime Minister, but the Conservative government during the elections had made promises. But if you look at the makeup of the House, there's at least 40% new parliamentarians. So this debate never took place. And what was said during the election campaign was not necessarily in legislative format. So our job as parliamentarians is to debate these pieces of legislation. And that brings me to another subject matter that is not necessarily tied into the debate today, but being a member of the Scrutiny and Regulations Committee, we see that if legislation is not properly worded, a lot of this legislation and then in turn regulations get bogged down, and we have things that are not necessarily clear, and Canadians are not happy with how the legislation is worded, and the courts have to get involved, and all it is, it's a churning of bureaucracy and waste of money. So the claims that this government is making that they've already consulted Canadians, that's far from what this government has actually done. They have not consulted Canadians. They've saying that if there's 3 or 4 hours of debate, it's sufficient for a bill, especially when we're looking at some of the bills that have been tabled. If we're looking at a budget bill that has 600 pages of legislation, is made up of 600 pages of legislation. We're looking at a government omnibus bill. As a lawyer, I sat in on some of the committee hearings, and I can tell you that it wasn't the easiest thing to follow. So I just can't imagine how a couple of hours of debate would suffice for a proposed bill that is going to affect all Canadians, not just the criminals, but it will affect all Canadians, because they will have one day to deal with these issues, and if they don't have to go before a court of law, they will have to at least pay taxes to pay for all the costs that are going to be incurred to try and monitor and actually put into force these pieces of legislation. So we're trying to avoid that these pieces of legislation are just passed blindly, and that there's proper vigilance before these pieces of legislation are passed, and that doesn't seem to be a valid argument for this government. The government, parliamentarians, we're us in the opposition, especially the Liberal Party, we're trying to do our job, and this government is making allegations that we're obstructing and we're using unreasonable amendments. I can understand their point of view, the government's point of view, that sometimes the NDP acts irrationally and does try and filibuster and make ridiculous amendments, but I think the Liberal Party has made pretty reasonable amendments up to now. We've been first up to bat on making the amendments on proposed bills. I think that we've done our job, but the government refuses to continue for us to do our job, and we want to have people, the public, whether it be experts or third parties that are affected by these bills, to come forward and make testimony and suggest suggestions so that we can actually make these bills work properly. If we look at some of the bills as to where legislation has been, where time allocation has been introduced, we're looking at the budget implementation bill. It was introduced and read for the first time on June 14th. That time allocation at all stages invoked on June 15th. Now, in the past, this is nothing new. Budget implementation bills are introduced twice every year, plus the budget. The budget implementation bill is not a partisan issue. It's normally the bill that introduces the legislation to put the budget into application, and it's a technical. Usually, it's technical, and it requires people that are affected by the budget to provide us with their input and tell us what they would like. If there are any changes, what they would like to see as changes, and if there is no changes, to at least come forward and tell us what the interpretation, what the bill is actually saying, and give us their interpretation of that particular bill. And in the past, whether we had a majority government or a minority government, we've always been able to get consensus on how many times or how many hours of debate we need in the House and how many hours we need of debate in a committee. But this government seems to be using their majority at will, and just is just punching them through. So they've done that for the two budget bills, the C3 and and C13. There's C10, the omnibus crime bill, like I said, that they not only invoke time allocation in the House, Mr. Speaker, but they've invoked time allocation in committee. I was there. They all of a sudden said, you know what, we don't want to hear what you have to say because we made up our mind. It's impossible that we need opinions from experts. We don't even have to hear from even the Bar Association. We don't even have to hear from the provinces, even though the province of Quebec had numerous valid amendments to introduce into the bill. The government had already decided they weren't going to listen to anybody. I understand that the NDP had numerous amendments that were not relevant to the case and had to be rejected. But I think that my colleague from Mount Royal introduced some pretty important amendments, and they were backed up by the provincial government, the Minister Fournier from the Quebec government. So again, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that we're going to have report stage next week, and I'm hoping that the government can change their mind and adopt some of these amendments. We're looking at, Canadian Wheat Board. It wasn't a matter of procedural. I see that my time is coming up. The Wheat Board, again, we just seem to have, just rammed it down. These farmers are working, and they don't even have time to come over here and be notified because everything has to be rammed down. Anyways, I'm hoping that I'll have some good questions and I can continue some.
Thank you. We'll now move to questions and comments. So first one from the member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his intervention. He mentioned the budget implementation bill, Bill C-13, and within that bill there's some terribly important measures that we have to get passed. EI improvements, accelerated capital cost allowance for business, and the work sharing. Now, Mr. Speaker, he also implied that somehow this is new, that we're bringing this budget bill to a vote and to finally get it implemented. Well, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-13 has had more hours of debate at second reading than the average budget bill over the last 2 decades, and more than any Liberal majority budget bill during that time. So here we are, a few days from the end of 2011. We're debating, Mr. Speaker, we're debating the implementation of Budget 2011. Does my colleague not think it reasonable that we should implement Budget 2011 in 2011 rather than letting it slide on into 2012? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from St. Leonard, St. Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate you on your nomination as a new post. And I hope you're getting at least a fraction of what the real speaker gets. So you should be justifiably compensated for your work. Great question from the member. I mean, this is one of the areas where I probably agree with the government and actually disagree because they probably allocated too much time on second reading. Because I love to get these bills normally. I love to consult with Canadians, and so I would normally say, if there's ever any time that you're going to use time allocation, and I'm not a fan, but I'm not opposed to it. I would say that you would have to use it at second reading. Let's get these bills out of the House sometimes, send them to committee, and let's really work on them at committee. Ways and means, that's the way you introduce things that are urgent in a budget. So there are other mechanisms. It doesn't mean that a budget implementation has important items in it that has to be passed overnight. If you have items that need to be passed overnight, you put them in a Ways and Means motion, and the House will vote on them right away, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for... Ooh. Okay, so we just changed. Where's this member from? Oh, okay. The member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to ask a question of my Liberal colleague. My concern is, and I wonder if my colleague agrees, that we're dealing with a very fragile construct, our parliamentary democracy. It exists only by the collective will of the people to maintain the integrity of a system of governance that is the envy of the world when it's working well, and it's a tragedy to see it diminished or undermined. And my question to my colleague is is he concerned, as I am, that we may in fact be witnessing permanent and irreversible damage to the institution of Parliament as we allow ourselves to stray from the rules that we have stipulated ourselves to, and that is the respect for the roles of Parliament, government side, opposition side, testing the metal of legislation put before us through robust and vigorous debate? And is he concerned, as I am, that we may never get the genie back in the jar if we let it erode and diminish any further?
Member for St. Leonard, Saint Michel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member from Winnipeg North, I think it is. Always makes his questions much more animated than need to be, but I understand the gist of his question, and I agree with the gist of his question. I don't agree with 100% of it, but I agree that we are eroding the traditions of Parliament slowly but surely, and it's a little bit sad to see some of the government members, backbenchers as they're called, that they don't stand up for some of these things that should go on in committee, and they're not listening to some of the Canadians. So that's the sad part. But you know, I mean, I think that there's room for change, and I think after a couple of years that these government backbenchers will be on the backbenches and seeing that they're not doing anything, that they'll have to react at one point or another, because they'll have to account to their electorate. Basically, if I can just summarize the member's question, is that I just think that this government is just is treating Parliament more as a nuisance than actually a voice for Canadians, and that's the troubling part in all this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Time for a brief question. Member from Chatham-Kent, Essex.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I would briefly ask this question. I serve on finance, and I'd like to ask the honourable member. When we went through clause by clause through Bill C-13, I think we did that pretty quickly. I think it took a couple hours. The time that took the longest was the section where we're going to stop taxpayers' monies from going to the election process. And you know, if there's such a concern, and this is the argument, if there's such a concern, why wasn't there more time taken in the committee? Where would you expect to see that dialogue take place?
Please.
The member, if there's time that's needed to be spent on a bill to make it perfect, it probably should be spent in committee, because that's where you can actually have third party and people interested and actually have the minister come forward. So I agree with the member. There should be more time. A lot of this C-13 was a 600-page bill, and there were a lot of technicality. More time should have been probably given to the witnesses to prepare so that they could come forward at committee meeting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, we had a little problem with the timer here. Does anyone else have any comments or questions? Okay, member from your right.
Louis Saint-Laurent.
Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question goes to my colleague, who made a very interesting speech, and I'd like to know, because what we're trying to put forward here in this House is a measure that is very non-partisan. We saw government members on the other side of the House explain why they had good reason to propose time allocation and to limit debate. But we're trying to give that power to the Speaker. So I'm wondering whether they oppose our motion because they think that they won't be able to have sufficient reason to convince the Speaker to provide closure and time allocation motions. So I'd like to hear him on that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for her question. Of course the government will be opposed because they know that they won't be able to control the Speaker, so obviously they won't be in favor of this motion. We in the Liberal Party, we don't necessarily want the Speaker to control this, but we would like this matter to be studied by the House of Commons Standing Committee on Procedure, and we'd like to work on it with all parliamentarians because this is a decision that comes under the Parliament and not the Speaker. But it should definitely not be left up to the government, so in principle we are in favor of this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, moving back to debate now, the member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a fine job you're doing this morning, this beautiful morning. Afternoon, sorry. Okay, I do want to thank the House for allowing me to speak on this motion. I also want to thank my colleague from Windsor-Tecumseh who brings this motion in at this point, and I would like to take a look at it in detail because it's not just a simple statement as to this is a bad sort of thing and we should not use time allocation as much as we do. Actually, he provides some detail in here which I'd like to talk about. A study that make recommendations to amend the standing orders with respect to closure and time allocations such that, and number 1 states, a minister would be required to provide justification for the request for such curtailment of debate. And I think that's certainly something worth talking about, simply because that if the time allotment is brought into this House, we see little justification in doing so. What we are given are short explanations which are basically passed over, and of course the reason why we hear that on many occasions is because there's no justification, there's no requirement to justify as to how you would deal with this. I would agree with the member in many respects in that, because I think that the justification should be brought to this House, should be presented in front of all of us. One of the big reasons why is because that by doing this, some of the fundamental questions as to why time allocations are brought in sometimes go unanswered. For example, have they passed over a certain period of time such that members of Parliament can consult their constituents? Because what happens a lot of times is that during campaigns, and this is what the government goes on about, which is to say that, well, we promised this during the campaign, therefore we are delivering. However, as we have seen in budget legislation many, many times, and I go back to an example in 2006, 2007, actually, sorry, 2008, there was a basic promise of dealing with Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia regarding the Atlantic Accord and some of the offsets or some of the money that would be withheld within the province because of oil revenues. Okay, so the promise was made that they would rejig the equalization formula such that non-renewable resources would not play a factor in tabulating each province's ability to raise money. When the budget implementation bill came out much later than the broad principles, it was realized that the devil certainly was lying between the details of what was happening in budget implementation. So what you end up seeing is that some of this stuff, and the promise by which 100% of non-renewables was to come out of the formula, was not in the budget implementation. And essentially what they have done was they had put an agreement that was outside of normal equalization. They brought it back in. Former member Bill Casey was one of those members that left the party as a result of it, voted against the budget for that, and sat on the opposition side shortly thereafter. I only put that into context because there is a certain amount of time from when the budget, the broad principles of the budget are announced by the finance minister to the time of budget implementation. Therefore, I would state to this House, once you take a look at this legislation, you take a look at a lot of the details that are involved, sometimes these broad principles get watered down or it's not what it appeared to be. So therefore, I think that time allocation works against that principle. Now, in many cases, and the government will remark that the Liberals did this back when they were in power, well, a lot of times, such as the Species at Risk Act, when the time allocation was brought in, it was brought in at third reading. Now, at that point, you've been given a substantial amount of opportunity to discuss, to debate, and certainly Canadians can view the cut and thrust of debate, and enough to see that what the principles are about, how the legend is laid out, and then coming back from committee, you can see how it was fine-tuned or not. What we have here today, and I commend my honourable colleague for bringing this out, because I think he brings up some decent questions as to how we can deal with time allocation, filibustering, the limitation of debate within this House. We also now use the terminology constituency weeks. So if the House is shut down for a week, it's closed, people say you have a week off. Well, no, you're in your constituency, dealing with constituents, so on and so forth. You can find out at that point how they feel about certain pieces of legislation. Certainly time allocation kind of works against that, in my opinion. Now, one of the comments that were made earlier was about, you know, we've had so much time to deal with this. The budget implementation has been in this House for quite some time, and we've dealt with it thoroughly, and therefore, no bills, as was stated, have received royal assent, but that's not true. At the end of June, we had C2, we had C4, we had 3 other bills that received royal assent at that time. So the measures had gone through. Now, the problem with that is that when they say, well, you know, the budget implementation needs to be passed in 2011, because it is the budget 2011. That may be a valid point. If it is valid, why do we spend all these hours talking about copyright, long gun registry, other measures as well? C10. What they could do is they could just basically put that on the agenda each and every time. Every member in the House at that point could certainly speak their piece on how they feel about the budget implementation or budget bills for this coming year, 2011. But I do want to point out that in this motion, the other thing that it goes on about, number 2, the Speaker would be required to refuse such a request in the interest of protecting the duty of members to examine legislation thoroughly unless the government's justification sufficiently outweighs said duty. There is a great deal of responsibility in what the Speaker has to bring to this legislature, beyond the obvious, which is running of the House, and also the responsibility of judging as to what is right, what the normal legislative process is adhered to. We saw examples at that when our former Speaker was here, made big rulings, certainly rulings that created history, really, and will always be looked upon as a key moment in the Speaker's career because of the judgments that he brought in. Now, if you look at the way you as Speaker do your job, one of the key responsibilities is to look at legislation that has been accepted in principle and scope. In second reading, to say yes, then you have to decide that within the committee, did their work go beyond the scope and principle of the bill? You have that authority to overturn those amendments. Even if everybody in this House, as I've said time and time again, even if everybody in this House says that they agree with the amendments that you have made, you have that authority to turn them down despite that. It's been done before. It happened in a private member's bill some time ago on back-to-work legislation, or what people call anti-scab legislation. There was an amendment to exclude essential services. There seemed to be a lot of agreement with that. Certainly the majority of members agree with that, but the Speaker turned down that particular amendment because it went beyond the scope and principle of the bill. So therefore, this brings up a good point. That is, that this motion would say that you should have that responsibility to turn this down, this time allocation, if it's not justified, certainly dealing with the history and the principles and the spirit of how this House of Commons operates. I think that's a good thing. Why can't the Speaker be involved in this and say, you know, I find it's not a very justifiable answer as to why we have to slap time allocation on this when we're dealing something with as large and complex as the budget. Another valid point, I believe, is the fact that we do, following the election, there seems to be a lot of new members in the House. And I only say seemingly because I think all the new members in this House of Commons are doing a fine job. And I think they're holding the bar up there when it comes to representation from their constituency. But time allocation certainly runs in the face of that because a lot of them have not had their say. Their first time in the House, and I think that compassion should be given, if not by the government, certainly by the Speaker, to say, well, just a moment. This is a budget. This legislation regards to the budget of 2011. It needs to be done soon. Therefore, new members in the House have a chance and the opportunity to do just that. And I think that, in and of itself, is a good reason why we should have a filter upon which time allocation is used in this House. Now, it's always been used in history, and I don't justify a lot of the time allocation that has been used because, in many cases, it was wrong. Don't you agree, Minister? It was wrong. Whether it was red, whether it was blue, whether it was orange, any other color, it was wrong. In many cases, depending on the issue, but depending on the people involved, and depending on the fact that some people have not had their say about this legislation, they have not consulted as much, and therefore time allocation is used in a very crass way. If you look at the situation that we have in front of us right now, we have several pieces of legislation deemed important, but some more important than others. So therefore, I would humbly suggest to this House that we should support this simply because it brings a new element into this House where nobody, not one party in this House, has that authority that all I get the feeling I'm cut off.
Yes, the member has run out of time, so we'll move on to questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think one of the things that's been very concerning since this Conservative majority came in is the realization that our parliamentary system, which is built on the Westminster model, has always been based on a sense of understanding of the greater role as parliamentarians, and that there's a lesser role for just the crass partisan attack message box politics. But that's been flipped in this government, and we hear again and again that democracy is the fact that they won the election, so why is this Parliament getting in their way? That's a very disturbing concept, Mr. Speaker, because it's a direct attack on the parliamentary tradition. What democracy is the system that was set up so that the constituents of this country would send their members who would then debate the issues of the day. That is my right as a parliamentarian. That is my obligation. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if he thinks that this time allocation is actually part of a larger pattern of contempt for the traditions and the importance of the parliamentary system in our country on the part of this Conservative government.
The honourable member for Bonavista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
I can always depend on my colleague to give me a new turn of phrase that I thoroughly enjoy, and I just got one, and I would love to share it with the House if you're just tuning in on CPAC. You like that? You know what? I'll even grant him copyright privileges. Message box politics. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Message box politics. Message box politics is about this. It's about the same message over and over again, void in interpretation of your own particular riding. When I hear member statements that are heavily partisan, that too should be looked at by the Speaker as to overly partisan member statements. They run 1 minute long. They forget every time that they're extremely partisan, they forget one thing. At the very end, they forget to say, my name is, or I am the Prime Minister and I approve this ad. That's the only thing that's missing at those member statements. It's unfortunate, but this message box politics is certainly not putting out the message as to what entails, what this legislation means for the average Canadian. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentary. The honourable member for Sunshine Coast, Vancouver, Sea to Sky Country. West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have great regard for my colleague across the way. In matters of democracy and parliamentary process, he clearly has studied. But I ask this, in everything there is balance, Mr. Speaker. And even John Stuart Mill, the great promoter of liberalism and democracy, said that there was limits on freedom of speech. And I would ask my colleague then, what is the limit? At what point then, we heard my colleague earlier today speak about the hundreds of hours that have been expended, the hundreds of debates that had already been committed to the topics that Canadians wanted us to develop into laws and wanted us to move in at least a productive fashion. What is the limit? I mean, we could go on forever and there would be freedom, but there has to be freedom to limit. So said John Stuart Mill, and I believe my colleague would accept that principle as well.
The honourable member for Bonavista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
And again, I would like to thank my colleague as well, as I too have a great respect for him also, East Coast, West Coast connection there. I do want to point out, though, I agree with the quotation from John Stuart Mill about the limitations of freedoms. I think, however, the context is a little different. The context is about limitations on the expression of the freedoms as long as they do not harm other people. I think that's probably what Stuart Mill was getting at, as opposed to the actual limitation in time within the House. Could be wrong nonetheless. I do believe that's what he meant. But what troubles me is the fact that the debate itself is what they're focusing on. The actual words spoken in the House has exceeded a certain number by which we've exhausted that. But respectfully, I put to this House, look at it from another way. The limitations, if there are any limitations to be put on debate, should not be put on an actual member of Parliament who is now unable to speak on this issue simply because other people have spoken before them. That's what I get to the point about new members of Parliament having their say. You bring this to the riding, and following that, you come back from your riding as the true representative that you are. the limitation should not apply to the individual member of parliament not having their say. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the member from.
I'm sorry.
Excuse my French. Montmagny, Leil, Kamouraska.
Sorry, the chair made an error there. I have on my list Mamani Iliat Kamarska Riviere de Lou. I recognize the member for Newton North Delta first. I don't know if it's a problem for the members. Sorry, I had on my list to go first the honourable member for Montmagny Iliat Kamarska Riviere de Lou. I mixed it up, so I'll leave it to the members to decide. Is it okay? You'll go first? Okay, the honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, I stand today in support of the motion that is before you. And it actually is quite ironic that today I heard from a colleague right across the floor from me, from the ruling party, I should say, and admittedly a party that won a majority. I heard him stand up in this House today and say, and these are the words he used, "Everyone has a right to have their voices heard in Parliament." This is what he said when he was presenting a petition he did not agree with. And I was kind of heartened by that, just thinking there must be many Conservative MPs, my colleagues, who must be agreeing with this motion that is on the floor. So if everyone has a right to have their voices heard in Parliament, then surely parliamentarians in this House should also have that same right to have their voices heard. I often hear the arguments in this House, you know, this bill was debated last March, this bill was debated last September. I have to remind all my colleagues that when Parliament dissolved and it's sitting again, this is a new session. And many of us were not there. So when the legislation appears again, it's new legislation. That's how it gets moved and that's how it gets spoken to. And because we have over 100 new MPs in this House, I would argue that not only the newly elected MPs, but also the experienced MPs who are returning to this House should have that same right to discuss and debate the bills that are before them. There have been a number of bills moved in this House that I have actually wanted to stand up and speak against. Not because I want to hear the sound of my voice, but because I want to be able to represent the voices of my constituents. And I have not been given that right because closure or time allocation has been moved. Surely that cannot be right. As a history teacher for years, I taught all about parliamentary democracy. We argue, and we are very proud of the fact, that democracy is fundamental. It has many flaws, but despite all its flaws, it's the best that we have. And a parliamentary democracy, I would argue, is the best form of democracy that we have, where we have MPs elected, the majority form government, but then they come to this House to debate the issues. Having a majority does not make you a dictatorship. It does not mean because you have a majority, the voices of those who oppose your points of view have to be silenced by moving procedural motions to close debate. Parliamentary democracy absolutely at its fundamental level requires informed debate in this House, where the government gets to take the time to present their perspective and the opposition gets to present their perspective, both in comment and later in amendments if there should be some. But in this House, what I have experienced, and I'm only talking about my own personal experience here, is that more and more I feel my voice is being muzzled in this House, that I am not allowed to represent my constituents or a different point of view. And I would say that this process is a threat to parliamentary democracy. We're very proud of the role we play internationally in promoting democracy. We do that in Egypt. We speak out for democracy. In Libya, we help to overthrow a regime because we believe in democracy. Then, we talk about the importance of democracy in all these other countries. Then surely, and this is an appeal to every single parliamentarian, surely we ourselves cannot sit in this House and undermine the very parliamentary democracy that we're trying to promote in other nations. We sound like hypocrites. Here, when we are talking about the Middle East, whether it's Libya or Egypt, we talk about the right to protest, the right to free speech, the right for the opposition to express their point of view. When it comes to the Ukraine, we speak out against the treatment of the opposition, and justifiably so. That's our role. Then surely my colleagues across this floor cannot sit silent while their own colleagues' voices are being muzzled by this Parliament, by this government, by moving closer time and time again. You know, I was looking at some of the facts and figures and, wanting to take a look at some of the history behind this. In 53 sitting days, and in the we have used, or I should say the Conservative government has used closure 10 times, time allotment, sorry, and 8 times in the last 39 days. My question is, what have you got to hide? You have legislation, let us debate it, let us express our points of view, and let's hear the debate, and then you have the majority, you will be able to pass your legislation without muzzling the voice of the opposition. So then I think, Mr. Speaker, what is the real agenda here? Is the government, the majority, in a hurry to prorogue Parliament and go off back into their constituencies? Or have they become so arrogant and so out of touch with Canadians that they think that the majority they received now allows them to behave more like an autocracy than a democracy? And those things we really, really have to pay attention to. I would argue that every parliamentarian needs to support this motion if we believe in a parliamentary democracy. Parliamentary democracy is not about shutting down the voices of the parliamentarians. And it's not as if the debate has been a nuisance debate. On a bill that is the size of a phone book for many of our townships, we've had so little debate, and many have not even had the chance to speak. That's the budget. Surely, when it comes to the budget, how we spend Canadians' money, the opposition should have the right to speak out and ask questions. And if the government has nothing to hide, why do we keep cutting down debate? And you know what? When they were in opposition, this government had a totally different attitude. I have this wonderful quote. I want to remind us of what's happened on the omnibus crime bill as well. That's also being rushed through. 9 bills being rushed through in a few days of debate without too much time for us to be able to ask the questions and for us to digest what is out there. What has happened is it's being rushed through. And once again, we have to ask why. Here is The Minister of Public Safety, November 27, 2001, how things change when you have a majority. For the government to bring in closure and time allotment is wrong. It sends out the wrong message to the people of Canada. It tells the people of Canada that the government is afraid of debate, afraid of discussion, and afraid of publicly justifying the steps it has taken. So, my appeal to the all parliamentarians is, if the government has nothing to hide, let us debate and let us support this motion.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaire. The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
It's nice to have this new colleague in the House, as there are a few of them over there on the other side. But I was here in the last Parliament when many of these debates did take place. All of these issues were presented to the Canadian public. They did have a vote on May the 2nd. And what the voters of Canada did was to give this government a very strong mandate to take forward these issues that we had been presenting in the House since 2006. It was when this government was first elected with a plurality, and so these issues have been debated here for many, many hours. Many speeches have been given. And so my question to the honourable member is, what does she think the election was all about?
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
I really want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. The question was about electing MPs to go and represent them in Parliament right here on this hill. And that is exactly what Canadians did. They did not elect every MP to be a Conservative MP. They elected an opposition, and they want the opposition to be able to play a role. And you know what? I'm getting really fed up, and I'm going to use that word again, fed up of being told that this was debated before its old history. You know, when we go to vote, we don't vote on specific bills or specific actions. Canadians weren't aware of every line and every aspect of the bills that are being produced here. What we had was a lot of rhetoric. So what I'm saying is, yes, elections are about electing MPs and sending them to this House so they can represent the points of view, diverse points of view from across this country. That's what elections are about.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. I want to start by thanking my colleague for her excellent speech. She explained how the use of these motions reduces the credibility of the government, makes it less democratic, and doesn't enable people who want to speak to these important issues to do so. I'd like to ask her a question, however. What we're proposing is why not allow someone who is nonpartisan to make a decision as to whether or not the use of time allocation is justifiable. If it is justified, if the decision is that there is a credible need for it, then they could put forth those reasons to identify why. Because here we have the government making all of these decisions. So I'd like my colleague to comment on that.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you very much for that question. Absolutely. When you look at this legislation, it is phrased in such a way that it is neutral, it is non-partisan, and it will apply to all political parties, no matter who is in government. And it actually gives the authority to the Speaker to make those determinations. I want to read a quote that will actually add to this. The word parliament is derived from the French word parler, which means to speak. It is the place where the representative of the common people speak to issues that affect the common good. That was said by the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration, and that's all we're asking for, is the right to speak for the common good.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if I'm the only one who can see the irony what we're doing here today, but let me put it in context. You know, there's only about 16 days left, sitting days that is, before we adjourn for the Christmas break. And while our government is putting forward legislation and trying to get it passed on behalf of all Canadians, the NDP has chosen this day, their supply day, to debate not an important bill like perhaps the wheat board legislation or the budget or the gun registry, all of these bills which they have complained that they haven't had enough time to discuss in Parliament. What do? What topic do they choose for their own opposition day? They choose to engage in a debate to ask the question, how much debate constitutes enough debate? It's unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. They are abusing the parliamentary process on one hand by debating something frivolous, on the other hand, ignoring the issues of the day.
Sorry, I have to stop the member there as the member's out of time. The honourable member for Newton North Delta has less than 30 seconds to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, there is nothing more fundamental than debating the value and the salvation of parliamentary democracy. And I'm so sorry that my colleague does not understand that what we're debating here is one of the fundamentals of our system. And for him to call it just a waste of time actually shows me why they move closer so many times, because they don't value speech in this House.
Resuming debate, et prise du débat, l'honorable député de
The honourable member for Montmagny, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in the House to talk about the NDP motion, which, quite sincerely, it's all the more of a pleasure because it directly concerns your role, Mr. Speaker, a role that you do very well with respect for who you are and your role in the House. I'm a new member here, and I can tell you that I greatly appreciate the work that you do. And quote from May 2nd, 2011, we will govern for all Canadians, including those who did not vote for us. And let me repeat that last bit, including all those who did not vote for us, including the Quebec Nation, the great Quebec Nation. This is the first speech of the Right Honourable Prime Minister, who is our Prime Minister at present. It was his opinion on May 2nd, after years in the opposition and as a minority government, and here is where we are, barely a few months later, defending the very notion of the right of the opposition to speak in this House. I want to talk about an editorial that was published in Quebec that clearly expresses the opinion of a vast majority, surely of Quebecers and also Canadians, published on November 23rd. It sometimes happens that when a leader reaches his goal, that is a majority for his own party, for the current Prime Minister, that blind partisanship gives way to kind of listening, something that apparently is absent from the vocabulary. I won't quote the name here because I can't do it, of the Right Honourable Prime Minister and his ministers. We should remember that this government has a majority in the House of Commons, and it was only elected by 39% of Canadians, 16% in Quebec, a province that has suffered from the bulldozer. This editorial had the title of the Prime Minister and his name, and then bulldozer. When the Prime Minister said on the night of his victory that he would govern on behalf of all Canadians, apparently it was just empty promises with no real intent behind them. So here is in black and white, with no nuances whatsoever, something that editorialists who are being read by the public, and the same thing must be happening among the Anglophone media, we're seeing what's happening in a democracy as old as ours is. All this because of the overuse of what they call the gag order. Before going further, I would simply like to resolve a mistaken statement by the government in reaction to our motion today, which concerns the Bill C-13. I'd simply like to say that this is a bill that is an implementation of various provisions of the budget. It's on the implementation, and that the tabling of C-13 was on October 4th, 2011. Some of my colleagues opposite have said that we're delaying the tabling of the budget since the throne speech in May from last year. Not at all. We are questioning a very important document. One of my colleagues said that it was as thick as a telephone book, and it was tabled only October 4th, 2011. It's 644 pages, a few days of debate in the House, and time allocation at each stage, at second reading, also at report stage, and at third reading stage. So there is an erroneous analysis of what actually happened and the opposition's behavior, which was simply asking for more time to talk about a document that was over 600 pages. We're talking about a budget. So let's come back to the main problem. The government unilaterally applies time allocation, which is Standing Order 78. Here we have a problem because Canadians are already experiencing a democratic deficit with the current vote, first past the post. We wind up with a House like this, where 60% of Canadians have a delegation of a minority of members in the House. So we have a democratic deficit here, and it's serious. This has happened in other democracies around the world, but I won't talk about that because it would take too much time. So it's a first-past-the-post system, which distorts the results to some extent. And what remains with regard to the 60% of Canadians, and even more, there's one thing for them that remains. That is that these elected individuals who are a minority have to be able to speak, have to be able to make suggestions through motions and be heard. And if we take away the little bit that remains in terms of their democratic rights within the current system, then we can ask ourselves what remains of democracy in Canada. It's as serious as that, Mr. Speaker. Gagging the opposition 7 times in such a short period of time, it means gagging 7 times 6 out of 10 Canadians. So if this is a responsible government and the House is a House of Representatives, gagging 7 times, this side of the House is gagging in just a few short months 7 times 6 Canadians out of 10. And I'd like to know if there's even one of my colleagues on the other side is in disagreement with this perception, this opinion with regard to democracy. Can people stand up in the House and say if they gag 7 times the opposition, is it not the equivalent of gagging 6 out of 10 Canadians 7 times? So there was a gag order on C-18, the Canadian Wheat Board, which is a basic food product. It's an important question. And there were 2 gag orders. There was a gag order on C-10. That we are supposed to be able to hear from witnesses and specialists, and even there was a gag order, and yet we have to remember that C-10 is being challenged by the Canadian Bar Association, by lawyers' associations in almost all the provinces, by majority of provincial governments, and they're gagging them. And I come back to the initial issue with regard to the Right Honourable Prime Minister, who said that he would govern on behalf of all Canadians, and he had an exceptional opportunity to prove in that statement that he would be consistent with that statement. We have tabled 6 times a motion to say that everything with regard to sexual offences against minors be set aside separately in a different bill, and the next day we would adopt that very bill. 6 motions that were considered at no time by the current government. The government headed by a prime minister who started on the very first night of his victory in being elected as a majority government. I will govern on behalf of all Canadians. Do I still have any time remaining, Mr. Speaker? Not very much. I will talk a little bit about you, if I may, since I have a little bit of time remaining. But more specifically about the role of the Speaker. First, a definition that we see, and it's a quite simple research that I did on your title, to ensure the proper operation of procedures in the House of Commons, observe rules and traditions, written both written and unwritten, and the Speaker is up. It is up to the Speaker to interpret these rules with impartially, maintain order, and defend the rights and privileges of MPs. So that's the first right that's talked about, black on white, the right to freedom of expression. So the motion is quite simple. It is to take this responsibility which is part of your role, and to give you more powers. We're not trying to play with something that doesn't exist in other countries or reinvent a system, a very complex democratic system. It's simply to say that, yes, the role of the Speaker is to be impartial, which we see embodied by you yourself, Mr. Speaker, very well, and to look at this kind of excessive use of Standing Order 78 to stop debate and question, why are we doing this? Do we have good reasons to do so? And why do we want to silence the official opposition who represents a majority? The Honourable Member for Mauricie, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. I would like to quote someone. It's very important to study in-depth bills. It is the member for Beauce at 11:35 today. He said that during question period. So I'd like my colleague to talk to me a little bit about this comment and why sometimes the government at present is thinking like this, and other times it doesn't think like that. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Ile, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I want to thank my colleague for that question. I'd like to quickly read an even better excerpt. After having limited the House's debate starting on the first day to limit committee sittings to 2 days and giving witnesses only 24 hours notice, the government is now telling us that it will amend its bill. The government will admit that it should seriously consult Parliament, the parties affected, specialists, and all those affected. These are words of wisdom. Who spoke them? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, December 8th, 1995. So why was it so important in 1995 and so secondary today? I think that the responsibility for answering this question falls upon our colleagues opposite.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's make sure we get one thing straight here. The NDP, while they say that they're complaining about and they're not given enough time to debate pieces of legislation, they're not really interested in debate. Their motive and their rationale is to try and defeat government legislation. That's it. They don't want to debate. They just want to kill the bills. I mean, they've killed or they tried to kill so many bills, Mr. Speaker, Quentin Tarantino would be impressed. That is what they're attempting to do here. So I would simply ask the member, does he not think that over 100 speeches and over 50 hours of debate on bills like C-10 is adequate?
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Hilaire, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I want to thank my colleague for asking that question even more so than I enjoyed getting the previous question. it's a really unparalleled absurdity to claim that because the opposition will probably in any case vote against, why should there be a debate? Well, you can really close the House tomorrow. You could put on a tape that says repeatedly, we have a strong mandate from Canadians. That's it. And parliamentary life will resemble what I've just described. Do I have any more time? No. It being 1:15, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith all questions.
Mr. Comartin, seconded by Ms. Latendresse, moved that, in the opinion of the House, the thorough examination and debate of proposed legislation on behalf of Canadians is an essential duty of... May I dispense? Dispense? No? On behalf of Canadians is an essential duty of members of Parliament, and that the curtailment of such debate limits the ability of members to carry out this duty and constitutes an affront to Canadian democracy, and therefore that the Speaker undertake a study and make recommendations to amend the standing orders with respect to closure and time allocation, such that 1. A minister would be required to provide justification for the request of such a curtailment of debate. 2. The Président serait tenu de...
2. The Speaker would be required to refuse such a request in the interest of protecting the duty of members to examine legislation thoroughly unless the government's justification sufficiently outweighs the said duty.
Be set out for assessing the government's justification, which would provide the Speaker with the basis for a decision to allow for the curtailment of debate. Et que le Président fasse rapport...
And that the Speaker report to the House no later than February 6, 2012.
Motion to concur in the said report may be moved during routine proceedings, and that only when no member rises to debate the motion, the Speaker shall interrupt any proceedings then before the House and put forthwith and successively, without further debate or amendment, every question necessary to dispose of the motion, and si aucune motion...
If no motion to concur in the report has been previously moved and disposed of on the 20th sitting day following the presentation of the report, standing orders 57 and 78 shall be deemed to have been deleted.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor will please say yay. Yay! All those opposed will please say no. No! My opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Monday, November 28, 2011, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment. The Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that you see the clock at 1:30.
Is that agreed? Agreed. The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, affaires émanant des députés.
Private members' business, second reading of Bill C-315 and Act to amend the Canada Labour Code, French language, in the name of Mr. Aubin. Mr. Aubin, seconded by Mr. Godin, moves that Bill C-315 and Act to amend the Canada Labour Code, French language, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Official Languages debate. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a real pleasure to see that this House will take a few minutes, even if it is a very short time, to talk about the bill that I'm sponsoring and that seeks to recognize the rights for Canadian workers working within a federal company under federal jurisdiction to have the same rights as those set out under the Charter of French Language in Quebec. It is difficult to understand why or how an employee who works, for example, in a bank in Quebec would not have the same linguistic rights as his or her counterpart working in a credit union on the opposite side of the street, still within Quebec. And so, Mr. Speaker, this bill is logical, and I think it is difficult to see what could stop us from unanimously voting for once, or on a rare occasion, altogether in this House. This bill also seeks to recognize the linguistic rights of the Francophone majority in Quebec. And since these rights are already recognized for the Anglophone majority in the rest of Canada, it seems that we could give this to Quebec without taking anything away from anyone else anywhere else in Canada. On November 27th, 2006, this House adopted a motion that said, and I quote, that this House recognize that Quebecers form a nation within a united Canada, end of quote. And so what I hope, Mr. Speaker, is that with regard to proposals made by my late leader, Jack Layton, to the Quebec Nation, is that through this bill and through other bills that my NDP colleagues will propose, that we will contribute to better concretely define the place and rights of Quebec within Canada. Today, through this bill, we have an opportunity, a golden opportunity, to recognize this unique nature through concrete action. In fact, there are over 200,000 workers who will formally have their rights, their linguistic rights guaranteed, which is something that is guaranteed for other Canadians, and more than 7,000 Quebecers will be able to say, welcome to Canada. You will soon be at home here at home. A day after my election and to date, to all those on the Hill, if they thought that the Bloc had practically disappeared and who were congratulating me on having to be a Bloc candidate, I would say Quebec decided to give another chance to federalism because Jack Layton succeeded in convincing them with his asymmetrical federalism approach, and he hoped to allow those to come into Canada through the front door. It was a first step, and I'm saying a first step because this bill is just a first step. We can hope that Quebec will forever offer us the possibility of walking together with it to build a new Canada, and I can say that this is the difference between empty promises and promises that are kept. At a time when Conservatives are stopping Quebec with a number of bills that are going against Quebec society, it is high time to take action and not study. Now, for all Francophones in the country who are members of minority communities, be it in British Columbia, Manitoba, Nova Scotia, and I apologize if I don't name them all because of time, to all those Francophones who would be concerned at seeing their rights lessened through the arrival of this bill, but there is linguistic duality in this country, I would reassure them by saying that that will not happen. This bill only applies to companies. Federal institutions are subject to the Official Languages Act. So your communities around the country have nothing to fear and nothing to lose with Bill C-315. Your linguistic rights will always be protected through the Official Languages Act and through my work on the Standing Committee on Official Languages, and I will continue to defend your interests as long as I am in this position. Same is true for the Anglophone linguistic community living in minority situation in Quebec, with whom I have had great discussions and who now understand that it is possible to be for Bill C-315 without being against the Anglophone minority in Quebec. And now, if we get to the heart of Bill C-315 to assess what it involves, and talk about what people fear. According to the wording of the bill, federal companies operating in Quebec would be subject to the following requirements. They shall use French in their written communications with the government of Quebec and with corporations established in Quebec. 2, they shall give their employees the right to carry on their activities in French. 3, they shall draw up communications to their employees in French. 4, they shall prepare offers of employment in French and publish them. They shall prepare, and publish them in a daily newspaper at the same time and with at least equal prominence as any other offers published in a daily newspaper in a language other than French. I should also say that this bill will not exclude another language. The use of another language, no other language may take precedence over French. 7, it would be impossible for an employer to dismiss, lay off, demote, or transfer an employee because the employee demanded that a right arising from the provisions of this section be respected. In short, there is nothing terrible for anybody living and working in Quebec. But what are the types of companies that could be affected by the bill in question? Banks, airports, transportation companies between Quebec and other provinces, telecommunications company, broadcasting, radio stations. For example, there could be an Anglophone radio station working for the Anglophone community in Quebec, operating in English, and this company could even then ask the Governor and Council to benefit from the exemptions that would reflect the reality in which that company is operating. And this is further proof, if it were needed, that this bill is not dogmatic, but rather well drafted to ensure the majority of Quebecers find themselves reflected in this and feel reflected in and at home in Quebec, but also within the Canadian Federation. Do I need to recall that the Supreme Court of Canada has ruled in looking at the constitutionality of some of the provisions of the Charter of French language, and the goal of that bill was to promote and protect the French language and ensure that the reality of Quebec society would be reflected in the linguistic face of that province. It is also one of the main recommendations, or among one of the main recommendations, coming out of the La Rose Commission report tabled in 2001. If for some people in this House this bill doesn't go far enough, I know that for others it raises concerns, unjustified concerns, but perhaps understandable, since our linguistic battles in the country have often clouded our vision. Mr. Speaker, with the help of the members of my party, we have done our duty so well that the NDP caucus is unanimous in recommending the adoption of this bill, which constitutes part of a great heritage Jack Layton has left us when he traced the path for his Canada for tomorrow. If he is no more, his vision remains, and all those who believed in him and who believe in an inclusive Canada where Quebec would take back its rightful place, we should roll up our sleeves to ensure that this country will come into being. This Canada is our Canada, and it's up to us to build it, and no one would be pleased with the multiplication of studies rather than concrete actions. So let's build this together, this Canada of today for tomorrow, where the notion of a Quebec nation will be recognized in reality. I want to sincerely thank now Mr. Godin for his support. I apologize, the member for Acadie-Bathurst, for his support for my project. And I also want to thank all of the members of the House who are taking the time to debate this very important issue for Quebec, of course, but I would even dare say, above all, for the future of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Did the member consult with minority groups, Francophone groups outside Quebec, or with Anglophone groups within Quebec? I'm wondering if he could share certain viewpoints as to what Francophone minority communities in other provinces think of this bill. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps I spoke too quickly, but I mentioned that in my speech. I met with minority groups, Francophone minorities across the country, and I also took the time to hold discussions with representatives of the Anglophone minority in Quebec who came to meet with me in my office to tell me about their fears and their apprehensions. And we took the time to reassure them, and each group left with the impression that not only had they been heard, but listened to, and their fears were assuaged with regard to the requirements of this bill. The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague, and I will be speaking on this later, but I just want to make sure I understood clearly. Did he say that it would also, his bill would also target airports? For example, would Canada Post be included? Which companies and enterprises exactly? I wonder if he has a list of the enterprises or companies under federal jurisdiction which would be included or not. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. No, I did not compile an exhaustive list to answer the question of my honourable colleague. However, it is clear that this bill deals with companies under federal jurisdiction and not institutions that are already covered by the Official Languages Act. So, for example, transportation companies would include transit companies that carry out interprovincial transport. The honourable member for Longueuil-Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would first like to commend my colleague for his exceptional oratory talent. I think he's a very worthy representative of the French language and a great defender of this bill. But I would like to ask him whether he finds it surprising that how relevant this bill is, because it even made our colleagues across the way hurriedly compose an advisory committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, I will concede that I have a difficulty taking a position on this whole exercise that the government is engaging in. It's like some kind of figure skating piece of prowess or something. They didn't have to strike this committee. All we would have to do is work together. There's nothing that's scaring the government in this bill. It is high time that we come up with a bill that recognizes the language rights of Francophones in Quebec, and this does not hurt anyone else anywhere in Canada. We ensured that. The NDP did its homework. So it's a political scandal to support a bill that is put forward by a party that is not the ministerial party? The honourable member for Chambly-Bolduc. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to commend my colleague as well. One of the very crucial points in this bill is the aspect of workers' rights, workers in Quebec, and the fact that we're talking about a right in the workplace for people to express themselves in the language of their choice, because this House did recognize the Québécois as a nation. So I would like my colleague to comment further on the importance of the French language in Quebec in the workplace, its use in the workplace, and how this bill will solve that problem. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was an excellent question. These days, there are a certain number of Anglophone leaders who come to work in Quebec companies, and these companies are under federal jurisdiction. So what this bill says is that it's not going to launch a witch hunt and call for the systematic expulsion of all Anglophone leaders and company CEOs. We simply want them to be sensitive to the fact that they're working in a Francophone environment and that they should learn that language, but especially that the workers who are their subordinates will not have to deny their basic right to work in French in order to answer a question put by a unilingual Anglophone. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to have the opportunity to speak today concerning Bill C-315, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, tabled by my colleague, the member for Trois-Rivières. At the outset, I feel it is important to explain to my colleagues the situation that prevails in Quebec concerning language in the workplace. In Quebec, there are two different systems that govern language of work, and they target different categories of institutions, companies, and workers. On the one hand, there is the Official Languages Act that applies to all federal institutions operating in Quebec, with the exception of private sector federally regulated companies such as Bell Canada, to give only one example. This comprehensive bill contemplates some 76,000 employees in Quebec and stipulates that French and English are the languages of work. There is also the Charter of the French Language that recognizes French as the province's official language. This charter dictates the rules to be followed for the use of French in provincially regulated workplaces, and these rules apply to some 3.8 million workers in Quebec. Some 130,000 private sector employees in some 1,750 federally regulated companies in Quebec are not subject either to the Official Languages Act or by the Charter of the French Language. It should be pointed out here that the provincial and territorial governments, with the exception of Quebec, do not regulate the use of language in the workplace in private sector companies. The same applies to the federal government, with the exception of former Crown corporations such as Air Canada and CN, which are subject to the Official Languages Act. What Bill C-315 proposes is to include Canada Labour Code provisions to ensure that French is used within all federally regulated private sector companies and organizations that operate in Quebec. However, what we must keep in mind is that this bill could subject certain federally regulated private sector companies established in Quebec, especially small and medium-sized businesses, to potentially costly legislative and regulatory requirements. And it should be recalled that they would not be subject to such requirements if they were established elsewhere in Canada. I do not think that this is the right time to add new legislative and regulatory requirements to the already heavy burden of private sector companies in this time of economic uncertainty. Instead, we should be reducing the administrative burden, and that is what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, numerous federally regulated companies voluntarily comply with the Charter of the French Language. Now these businesses are an example, and we support their determination to foster the use of French as language of work in Quebec. Mr. Speaker, our government is attuned to Quebecers' desire to work in French, and it is also highly attuned to the importance of the French fact in Canada. Here's a quote from the throne speech of 2010. Canada's two official languages are an integral part of our history and position us uniquely in the world, and our government will take steps to strengthen further Canada's Francophone identity. For now, we have no conclusive evidence showing that Quebecers working in federally regulated private sector companies have problems working in French. In fact, there is very little data to support the argument underpinning Bill C-315. The work program has never received any complaints in this regard, and in addition, according to the 2006 census, some 96% of all Francophone Quebecers use French in the workplace most of the time. Mr. Speaker, we need hard data. We need to clearly understand the situation of workers and private sector federally regulated companies in Quebec. We must listen to what they have to say. That is why the government announced its intention to set up an advisory committee. This committee will determine whether a problem exists with regard to the use of the French language within private sector companies operating under federal jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, we know that French is widely used by Quebecers in the workplace. We are convinced that the advisory committee that we are setting up will further the debate on this important issue. I thus urge my colleagues in this House to join me in voting against Bill C-315. I would also urge them to support the government in its decision to appoint someone who will inform the Minister of Labour about this important issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-315 tabled by my colleague, the member for Trois-Rivières, someone who I'm getting to know and who I have great esteem for, is very interesting. The bill I'm talking about. Especially, Mr. Speaker, because it highlights a number of contradictions, both on the part of the official opposition and on the part of the government. Let's start with the government. The first contradiction is that, well, let's remember the Conservatives' reaction in the summertime when we learned that the Official Languages Commissioner had decided to inquire into the nature of the language services offered by private sector businesses in the National Capital Region. The Minister of Canadian Heritage and of Official Languages stated it is not the federal government's business to monitor the language used in the workplace of private sector businesses, its clients. Yesterday, though, the Minister of Industry and the Quebec Lieutenant for the government said, I have the privilege of announcing today to this House that our government will be setting up an advisory committee tasked to assess whether a problem exists concerning the French language as it is used within private sector companies that operate under federal jurisdiction. Now, there's a contradiction for you, Mr. Speaker. And there are a few questions that need to be asked. Well, what has changed? The second question is, if an evaluation of the use of French is now the business of the federal government, as the minister said yesterday, well, why doesn't it ask the Official Languages Commissioner to look after it? Because he has the tools to do so. A third question. Are the Conservatives starting to realize that there is a problem with their official languages policy? I mean, they've appointed a unilingual Anglophone Auditor General, despite the opposition of all the other parties except for the government party. Here's another contradiction. Bill C-17 that amends the public participation in the capital of Air Canada. It took them 6 years to come out with this bill, and even then, they're not in a hurry because it was tabled on October 6th, but we haven't heard of it since then. There are gaping holes in the bill. There is no reference to the Official Languages Act and the right of employees to work in French, the right of employees to speak to their supervisor in either of official languages. This doesn't work with Air Canada subsidiaries, and it doesn't work in the Auditor General's office. What a contradiction, Mr. Speaker.
Its most glaring contradiction is to claim to be protecting Canada's linguistic minorities, yet to ignore the concerns generated by C-315 in Quebec's Anglophone community. Here's what the Quebec Community Groups Network has to say about Bill C-315, and I quote, "The QCGN continues to oppose federal legislation that asymmetrically addresses the language rights of Canadians. We appreciate the time that the honourable members of Trois-Rivières, Acadie-Bathurst and Outremont spent explaining the proposed legislation to us on October 18th, and accept at face value their reasons for continuing to introduce bills which would asymmetrically extend language rights to some Canadian citizens depending on their official language and place and type of employment. The QCGN has not supported previous attempts by the Bloc Québécois or the New Democratic Party along these lines, nor is it likely to in the future. We firmly believe that Canadians living in the nation's English and French linguistic minority communities in Canada are best served and their rights best protected by maintaining the equality of our two official languages." End of quote. De plus, au printemps 2010, Madame...
In addition, in spring of 2010, the co-president of the youth wing of QCGN appeared before the Official Languages Committee and said, if we compare that with the reality of francophones, Anglophones in Quebec have higher unemployment and less representation in politics. We are excluded from the Quebec Public Service because we have a very low participation rate. She said, I am aware that as an Anglophone, I will be confronted with major challenges and even obstacles if I wanted to have a position in the public service in my own province. However, Many of my classmates will be returning to their home province and will find positions in their own public service where they will have a sense of belonging that is not accessible to us as English Quebecers. So, Mr. Speaker, in studying this bill, we must not underestimate the impact of this bill on the Anglo-Quebec community, especially young members of this community. Here are other contradictions, Mr. Speaker, from the official opposition. The bill contains 2 clauses. And my colleague talked about the first one that describes in detail the right to work in French in Quebec in federally regulated companies. But it doesn't talk about serving clients in French. And in addition, they talk about Via Rail, Canada Post, airports. The airports he mentioned. But there are certain places, there are certain institutions or companies that are not mentioned in the bill. And here is the worst contradiction. In the second section, it gives Cabinet, that is the Prime Minister, the power to exempt any federally regulated company for any reason at all. So, why are we going to write legislation if all the power goes to the Minister, Mr. Speaker? So, given this contradictory situation, what should be done? I feel that there are two major ideas and 2 basic principles that should prevail. First, given our history, given our Constitution, and also our will to continue to live in harmony together, it is up to the Canadian government to promote a linguistic duality, that is, of our 2 official languages, English and French. And I think that the Canadian government has the duty to protect and support official language minority communities across Canada. If there is a legal gap in the Canada Labour Code, and if there is a will to close that gap, and it is not clear, then allow me to suggest an amendment to this House that would probably make up for this gap. A federal act that clearly represents the will of the Parliament and of the Canadian public. Now, if there is a will to extend the federal government's responsibility in terms of language requirements in the workplace in Quebec, like elsewhere in Canada, shouldn't we be using a quasi-constitutional act that promotes English and French, once again linguistic duality, and the respect of the rights of linguistic minorities? That is what all minority communities in the country want, including the Anglophone minority community of Quebec. That is the position of our party, and I'm very proud of it. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to rise today in this House to debate Bill C-315 brought forward by my colleague, the member for Trois-Rivières. I would like to commend him. I think that if we look at the public service and federal institutions, well, they are not really affected because they're already covered by the Official Languages Act. I'm also going to refer to things that were said by my colleague, the member for Ottawa-Vanier, on this bill. You know, here in this House, Mr. Speaker, we had a debate. It was brought forward at the time by the Conservative government with discussions with our former leader, Jack Layton. And it was agreed to recognize the Québécois as a nation, and the Liberals voted yes for that. So if we look at labor rights, I have trouble imagining that in Quebec, that provincial legislation, that workers, as my colleague for Trois-Rivières said so well, they may work in a caisse populaire, in a credit union, So they can use French, but in a bank it's not the case. Now, how can that be possible in Quebec? How can that be acceptable? And we met with the Association of Anglophone Minorities in Quebec. We met with them. Obviously, they're concerned because they think it's a bill that will only apply to the province and not all of the country. But they weren't that concerned. They understood, in fact, what was happening in Quebec. They understand the situation. So if we take the time, if the government takes the time to stand up in this House and recognize Quebecers as a nation, well then, provincially, their labor code, well, it gives them the right to be able to work in French, to have their collective agreement in French. But in that very same province, if you're under federal jurisdiction, in private sector companies, you don't have that same right. Now, that's pretty hard to accept, I would say. The bill brought forward by the member for Trois-Rivières doesn't say that Anglophones can't use English in the workplace. That's where we can't get confused. We shouldn't be trying to make people believe that we're taking something away from Anglophone Quebecers. Francophones simply should be able to use French when they are working in Quebec. It is the only province, the only state in all of North America where French is the majority language. If we look at this, Mr. Speaker, after the bill was brought forward, the Minister of Industry, the Minister of State for Agriculture, he said, Mr. Speaker, as concerns the language of work, the NDP clearly did not do its homework. Now imagine having the gall to come and tell us this in the House when the government has just appointed a unilingual Anglophone Auditor General here in Canada. And they're telling us that we haven't done our homework?
To have the nerve to stand up and say the NDP hasn't done its homework when they have the power to make the appointments to the Supreme Court, for example. And they tell us we didn't do our homework? It's 2011. We've had a bilingual country forever, and the Auditor General of Canada will be reporting on something to the press, and he won't be able to speak one of Canada's official languages. And for them to have the nerve to say in this House that we didn't do our homework, that's what we're doing. We are doing our homework with a bill like this, Mr. Speaker. So that someone in Quebec who works for a private company will say I'm entitled to speak my language, to have a collective agreement in my language. They can't tolerate that, support that, and they're saying in this House that we're not doing our homework? Mr. Speaker, they unanimously accepted that Quebec is a nation, so it can't go without action. We can't just have words and no action. The best action would be to ensure that all Quebecers can work in their first language without taking anything away from Anglophones in Quebec. This bill doesn't take anything away from them. And the member for Ottawa-Vanier, for him to say that the bill might prevent someone from being served in his or her language. Come on. That's not what this bill is about. It doesn't say that in this bill. We're not in Moncton, New Brunswick. Moncton's the only bilingual province in the country, and if you go to the casino in Moncton, it's a bilingual province. You can get service in both languages at the Montreal Casino. We're not in Moncton here, which violates the language as well. And I'm not ashamed to say it as someone from New Brunswick. And I hope that the Premier will hear me as well. What we're talking about is respect for workers with all of their communities in Quebec. And it doesn't take anything away from the other community. If there are people whose rights are violated in Canada, in one language, it's French. and with the way that the Conservative government of today is treating the language, well, just imagine tabling complaints with the Commissioner of Official Languages. If somebody wanted a new phone, for example.
The voicemail system will address you in English, the system default language. Once your voicemail initiation is completed, when you have done everything in English, you will be able to easily change it to French, should you choose to do so by following these steps.
It's 2011. Don't try and tell me that Bell Canada doesn't have the technology to put both default languages in their voicemail, and that if you want to initialize your system in French, you push 2. If you want to do it in English, you push 1. We have to file complaints with the Commissioner of Official Languages, and this is today, November 25th, Mr. Speaker. Today. And people are concerned because there's a bill that tells the Quebec nation that as workers, you will have the right to work in your language. Workers of Quebec, you will have the right to have a collective agreement in your language in businesses which are federally regulated. I would have a lot of trouble seeing how someone couldn't support this bill. I can't see how. Maybe there should be another vote in the House. Are you sure that you want to recognize Quebec as a nation in Canada? Maybe we should ask the question again. Were they being sincere the night of the vote when Quebec was recognized as a nation? Were they sincere when they stood up and voted? If they were, then, and if we were, then we need to turn those words into action. We need to be able to tell Quebecers, you are welcome, not just welcome, but you are with us. We're all together in Canada. We are Canadian citizens together. Quebec and the remainder of the provinces, we will work together and respect each other. There's a lack of respect in Quebec for a worker, French-speaking worker who can't have a collective agreement in French. There's a lack of respect. And for the government to say that they're going to set up a committee to look at the issue, that we didn't do our homework, well, where were the members for Quebec on the government benches? Where were they, what they were doing? I know there aren't very many of them left, but there's just a few of them, a handful. Not many left. But where were they? Where were the Quebec members when they voted, Mr. Speaker, to recognize Quebec as a nation? The Conservative members from Quebec. Well, that's why this bill, and I'll wrap up on this, is a means, a way of showing Quebec that they are with us. We want to keep them with us in a united Canada. And as colleagues, we need to do that together, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Please do débat. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières is proposing that the Canada Labour Code be amended to introduce requirements for the use of French in federally regulated enterprises that carry out activities in Quebec. What would that really mean in practice? There are currently 2 distinct language regimes in Quebec. First is the Federal Official Languages Act, which applies to all federal institutions and prescribes English and French as the language of work. This act covers 46,000 employees in the core of the federal public service and a further 30,000 employees in the Crown corporations and certain private sector companies in Quebec. Second, we have the Quebec French Language Charter, which designates French as the official language in the province. The charter covers approximately 3,800 employees in the province, public and private sectors. That leaves about 130,000 private sector employees in federally regulated firms in Quebec who are not currently covered by either federal or provincial language of work legislation. The bill before us today would change that by amending the Canada Labour Code to place new requirements on federally regulated employees operating in Quebec. This would mean that these employers would have to use French in their communications with the government of Quebec and with corporations established in Quebec. Give their employees the right to carry on their activities in French. Draw up communications for their employees in French. Prepare and publish French offers of employment at the same time as any offers published in the language of other than French. Prepare collective agreements and their schedules in French, and translate arbitrary awards into each English or French upon request of one of the parties. Before I go any further, Mr. Speaker, I want to make it clear that our government understands the importance of language in preserving culture and heritage. Our two official languages are not just a part of our history. They're an integral part of our Canadian identity. This is clearly reflected in the Official Languages Act and in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which both state that English and French are the official languages of Canada. The role of the federal government and the federal language legislation is to promote the use of both French and English across the country, and not to favour one over the other. At the same time, this government has made a commitment to take steps to strengthen further Canadian Francophone identity. Let me assure you that we fully appreciate the importance and the issue before us today. But we also feel an equal responsibility to undertake a full and fair evaluation of the issue before us today, and it is important to consider the context. I want to underscore, Mr. Speaker, that it looks at all the issues. We have so far found little documented evidence that Francophones face difficulty working in French in federally regulated private sector enterprises in Quebec. In fact, the 2006 consensus, close to 96% of all Francophone Quebecers reported that they use French at work most often, and a further 3.4% said they used French at work regularly. And to date, the Labour programme has yet to receive a single complaint from the federally regulated private sector employees in Quebec, claiming that he or she could not work in French. Secondly, the adoption of this bill would represent a departure from past practices, and in that it would extend scope of the language requirements to the private sector. From an economic perspective, I think we need to consider the potential negative implications for the businesses that would be affected by this bill. These businesses need to compete with their counterparts outside of Quebec, where other provincial and territorial governments do not regulate the language of work in the private sector firms. As we know, many private sector employers in the federal sector voluntarily conform to provincial language work of legislation, and it just makes good business sense to do so. Mr. Speaker, we need to ask ourselves, is this really an area where the government should be intervening? And is this the best time to consider imposing additional regulatory burdens on employers? As you know, our government's first priority is to the economic recovery. We are focused on jobs and growth, and to that end we are trying to reduce red tape, keep taxes low, and give Canadian businesses more freedom to succeed. Surely the member of Trois-Rivières would not want to disadvantage the businesses that operate in the province of Quebec. Do we really need to hurry to impose new laws and red tape on businesses in Quebec in the absence of concrete evidence of genuine problem? Let me reiterate. The Minister of Labour understands the language of work is an important issue in Quebec. And that is why the government intends to name an advisory committee to examine the situation and determine whether the working in private sector federal jurisdiction establishments in Quebec is fully able to work in French, and will provide their observations in that regard to the government. I would like to say by closing, as with any important issue before us, that we will strive for a clear and comprehensive understanding of the situation, and in turn make informed decisions on the best way forward. That is what Canadians expect us to do. That is what we intend to do. And that is why our government must say no to this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today is November 25th, So that means in 2 days it will have been 5 years since the House almost unanimously adopted recognition for Quebec as a nation. And that's not something that should be taken lightly. Now, I wasn't here at the time, and I'm sure that no members made that decision lightly. However, some 250 members, approximately, and I apologize if I've got the number incorrect, but supported that. And in taking that kind of a step, there needs to be action. But to date, we've seen no concrete action taken. Now, this is interesting because yesterday we were surprised by the government because it disclosed some lovely projects. At any rate, it was a committee that would be examining the issue of official languages. It was a government press release, and it talked about the government being determined to promote and protect the French language in Canada. Now, it's interesting because I can't see how they will do that when the people appointed to the highest positions in the government, in the public service as well, the Auditor General, for example, are not bilingual. And that is another argument to raise on a different, at a different time. But we need, well, in fact, we see them picking up the torch, trying to defend these issues. It's very important. But the member opposite talked about the absence of a problem. He said there wasn't one, there weren't complaints, and that we would be proposing legislation to resolve an existing problem. Now, I wonder, if there aren't any problems, why would the government be setting up a committee to discuss it, to look at it? Why take that initiative if no problem exists? It seems to me that it is setting up a committee is admitting that a problem exists. And if they're so determined to protect the French language, is the complaints an issue or not? This is simply a matter of making provisions of the Charter consistent with, or putting them into the Labour Code. Now, the Charter in Quebec states that the language of a majority, of Francophone majority, enables the people of Quebec to express their identity. Now, in that sentence, I see a very important idea that complements, in a concrete way, recognition for Quebec as a nation. But there are members of the government who are opposed to our bill. They say that it simply confirms that recognition. Now, to go back to the issue of the committee that will examine the matter, the committee, which would appear to be quite vague. No one knows what the mandate is. No one knows who they'll be meeting with, consulting, what issues are to be resolved. But at any rate, this committee is going to be put in place to examine the issue, to solve a problem. Now, when it comes to solving problems or developing issues, what they do is put it into debate and move on to something else quickly. But in the NDP, when we propose concrete measures, on an important issue like this, they want to take all the time in the world to look at it. But Quebecers have expressed themselves very clearly in this regard. Perhaps they have not formulated complaints under the Canada Labour Code, but the people of Quebec spoke very clearly on May 2nd. And I'll explain what I mean by that. During the election campaign, the members of the NDP and our leader, Jack Layton, didn't hide the fact that we would be focusing on this issue in order to ensure that there was harmonization between the French Charter of the French language and the Canada Labour Code. And as we saw, Quebecers massively supported our party and the steps that we wanted to take in this House. Quebecers didn't ask for a committee to be set up to resolve these long-standing issues. We know full well that the member for Outremont introduced legislation in the previous Parliament, in the 40th Parliament, which was identical. This is being brought back, and it's not a new issue. We also know that linguistic issues are very important issues for our country and have been so for decades. So these are not new issues. They are issues that need to be resolved immediately. Now, I know that oftentimes when we debate legislation, we need to focus on an economic aspect in order to get the government's ear. Now, I've got an economic reason for supporting this legislation, because this is a right for workers in Quebec. Now, the government claims to be the people who are defending people who are looking for jobs and feeding their families during hard economic times. Well, here's a way of helping these people. Now, 95% of the people in my riding are francophones, and it is a right, the right to work in their language. If someone is working to make ends meet, that person has a fundamental right to work in his or her language. And especially when we talk about recognition of linguistic rights or recognition of Quebec as a nation, these linguistic rights have been issues for many years. Now, I've listened to the arguments that have come from the Conservative benches, from the Liberal Party, and I don't hear any arguments that are counter to our bill. They talk about setting up a committee, but don't tell me there are no problems if you're setting up a committee, because if a committee is put in place, it seems to me that that is an admission that a problem exists. They talk about respect for both official languages, but they're not doing anything to protect official languages. Here's a concrete step. We've shown that these are not empty words. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, we can't simply do nothing about the nominations of unilingual people to high positions. This measure simply harmonizes the Canada Labour Code with existing measures in the French Charter of the French language, the Quebec Charter of the French language. These are measures that have been in place since the 60s, and in the NDP, we feel that it's completely normal for the 200,000 workers in federally regulated sectors have the same rights as other workers in institutions or companies which are covered by the French language charter. This isn't a complicated matter, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'd also like to go back to the issue of the use of French and Anglophone minorities. As someone who has a family who has Anglophone relatives, I can say that the Charter has in fact reinforced and strengthened rights. Nobody will be preventing an Anglophone from expressing himself or herself. We are talking about protecting the fundamental rights of Francophones to receive correspondence in French and to use the language that enables them to work, to take their place. It's our identity, rather. It's not something that we can do without. I hear arguments to the contrary, but this is an issue. It's a simple one. It needs to be supported. I'd like to congratulate the honourable member for Trois-Rivières. I'm very proud to support this private member's bill. Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak to Bill C-315, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code French language. This bill would amend the Canada Labour Code in order to include requirements for the use of French in private companies which are federally regulated and operating in Quebec. More specifically, the bill would require employers to treat French as a language of work in federally regulated companies in Quebec. Namely, it would give employees the right to conduct activities in French, officially communicate with employees in French, prepare collective agreements in French, and to translate all decisions into French with respect to arbitration for parties as requested. This doesn't preclude the use of French, but no language would have precedence over French. It would also allow, through regulations, an exemption for federally regulated corporations with respect to provisions of this bill. Now, allow me to take a moment to examine linguistic laws that apply and are in force in Quebec. As colleagues who spoke before me explained, there are two different systems in the province of Quebec, and they cover different types of corporations and workers. The Official Languages Act applies to all federal institutions of Parliament and departments, federal departments and Crown corporations, as well as former Crown corporations in ports and airports. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will have 8 minutes to conclude his remarks the next time that this bill is before the House. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. The House stands adjourned. And
to Standing Order 24.
Thank you.